All right. We up in here. Greetings, everybody. Greetings. Come on in the room. This is Cassandra Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And we are here on this most auspicious evening. We are in the eve of this new moon in Cancer that will be happening Pacific Standard Time, peaking at 3:57 p.m. tomorrow. And yeah, so I told y'all this morning, because I did a lot of reading and commentary that I swore I wasn't going to do, but ended up doing anyway, that I probably wasn't going to do a live tonight, but here I am. And it was most necessary to do this live tonight, because this is something that has been coming up kind of randomly, but of course we know that there is no random this week. And so I am going to take it upon myself to initiate this discussion. My disclaimer, before anybody come up in my stuff trying to be combative or corrective or anything like that, I am not an initiate of the Ifa tradition. I was a faithful devotee for 15 years. So that is the capacity with which I am leading this discussion. I am a daughter. I have been read a daughter of Oya, though I also am an avid um, worshiper of Oshun and Yamaya and all the female deities. You feel me? This discussion I felt was important to have on the eve of this new moon, the dark moon of the mother, and so I am going to move with that premise. Okay, what I would like to do, I have a lot that I want to share with you, and then after I share these things with you, I would like to open up the live for the opportunity for people to contribute, to ask questions if they have any, so on and so on and so on. You feel me? I think that I think with my subscription, I can have up to 12 people at one time in the questioning process. So when we get to that place, I will let you know. Obviously, for those of you tuning in from Instagram, it's not going to be possible for you to come on unless you switch viewing, either viewing through YouTube or Twitch or Facebook. If you log in through YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, you'll be able to join the chat later on in the live if that's what you would like to do. Otherwise, you can stay right here on my IG. Okay. We have a lot to discuss today. And on the eve of this new moon, we are going to be talking about the Iyami Osoronga Age, the Iyami Age. That's the typical name. The full name is Iyami Osoronga Age. Okay. And we'll talk about what that means and who they are and so on and so forth. I'm glad I decided to do this today. I spent, instead of doing what I'm supposed to be doing, which is filling jewelry orders. So I'll have to be up tonight, probably to about 4 o'clock in the morning, filling jewelry orders. But I felt pulled on this new moon. I'm going to tell you why. When I first got to California, I met this brother, and he has a gang of land, like, I don't know, 45 plus acres of land up in the Mojave Desert. And when I met him, he started inviting me to these monthly full moon drumming circles that he would do out there. Ain't got to worry about police, noise ordinances, nothing like that. I was like, right on. They do a massive bonfire. He had camping out there. He would have people who wanted to vend. So there would be food vendors. It'd be like a festival every month in the desert, under the full moon, right? Awesome. And over a couple of years before, a pandemic hit, and he was still doing those actually, even during pandemic, I started thinking about how, in general, we place so much more. Follow me, because I just talked to y'all about this week. We place so much more significance on the full moon than we do the new moon. Even those of us who are, self-proclaimed witches or healers or practitioners, you know what I'm saying? Witches, Wicca, whatever your bag is, to me, in my time doing this work, it just feels like there is still this tendency to kind of give more importance to the full moon, that phase of the moon. And it is still, in my estimation, linked to what I talked to you guys about, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, about we still have this hesitation. We still have this reservation about fully stepping into the dark, about fully embracing the dark, about fully embracing our shadows, right? And I was like, and I was out there one time for the full moon drumming circle. And I had set up a table to do tarot readings for people under the light of this powerful full moon. So what I did before doing the readings was, I microdosed. I did some psychedelic mushrooms, got out under that full moon and started doing these like crazy, radical and impactful readings for people out there. And just like kind of out of nowhere, there was this voice that was like, imagine how powerful it would be under the new moon. And tonight, and typically I will, if you go back through my page, I will I will do, assessments for different phases of the month, whether it's, bigger astrological events or whether it's the new moon and the full moon. Typically I will do, a short live on both of those things. But tonight was different. And it was different because not just because of tonight, but because of the last 2 weeks. That's what's up. Ja Inky Rael. That's what's up. I've been telling you guys for some time now, which is kind of why, I took almost a week before I did another live. Shit's been deep. I get it. You feel me? Shit's been deep. And so I've been kind of like, trying to process and prepare. You understand? It's not a retreat. It is a process and process and prepare type of scenario when y'all don't see me for a minute, right? And today I took a nap. I guess it was around 1:00. And I had the most insane dream. Oh my God. I had the most insane dream. I had this dream that I was with family, very specific family, 2 cousins of mine that I grew up with. We were basically siblings, right? Spent a lot of years in the same house that my dad and his brothers built. And we were in this house that is no longer standing, by the way. But in our family house, we were standing in this house and we were talking about something. I don't even remember what. And we started feeling kind of like the ground rumble. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't anything alarming. It was just like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden the rumbling got increasingly more intense. And the house that we grew up in, when you went out the back door to the patio was facing a military base. This house was in Biloxi, Mississippi. It was facing a military base, like our yard, then a fence, a massive fence. And right over that fence was the property of the military base. So in this dream, I'm out on the patio. We all go out on the patio and we start to feel this rumble in the ground to go see, what was happening. And we look outside and there is a massive, slow moving. It's sunny everywhere, sunny, bright, but there is a massive, slow moving tornado made of fire. Yeah, massive. And it was moving like in slow motion and consuming everything that it came into contact with. And even though in the dream, everybody's panicking, I don't feel panic. Like in the dream, my default is to, okay, what do we need to do? My default was like, okay, strategy. What we need to do, where we need to go, who we need to call, who we need to warn. Like I didn't feel any kind of like panic in the dream, even though around me, everybody's kind of like freaking out. And we get into the car and we take off to go to a family member's house nearby. And then one of my cats scratched me on the back and I woke up. That was the dream. Okay. Before I woke up was this extremely intense and vivid dream about, a childhood home and these people that I call brother and sister, even though they're my cousins. And this phenomenon, this pillar, like a tornado, but completely made of fire, right? And when I got up, I sat with that for a minute before I got myself busy. And I automatically thought about this energy of the mothers. I've been talking to you a lot this week. This morning, I went slap the hell off. I swore I was going to be disciplined about the read this morning, Beyond God the Father. and then ended up in the last paragraph having to go off, right? I've been talking to you guys about the urgent necessity to begin the process of building institutions of dual and contending power. It is our only salvation. It is the only way forward. Spiritually, politically, economically, socially, environmentally, ecologically, it's the only solution. It is the only way forward. It is the only way to guarantee that there is a future worth living for us, in store for us. Otherwise, we will spend several more generations doing this shit that they are corralling us to do over and over and over again and expecting a different outcome. It is this dream. In this moment, I recognize what the dream is about. The dream is about what we've been talking about for the last 2 weeks, is the necessity to begin a collectivized process of galvanizing the most extraordinary courage that we have ever had to galvanize. And I'm going to tell you why that's important tonight. Because we can look back on history, the last 100 years, the last 200 years in particular, if we're talking about just America. We can look back on history, us right now, those who are, Gen X, it's mostly us, Gen X, Gen Z, millennials, right? That age group, you feel me? We can look back on the history of this country, especially over the last 100 years, the last 200 years. And we can point to, in any population, Native, Mexican, Black, African, and Asian, and even white folks, but more people of color. And we can look back and we can count the innumerable ways that our people were forced to put their lives on the line, right? We can catalog the innumerable displays of courage that our people have demonstrated over the last 200 years in this contest that is still ongoing. I have told you that when I was doing my short time in Oyotunji African Village, there was nobody there hardly, because it was the wintertime mostly that I was there. And most people will leave the village to go to family members' houses because it's freezing. So I was out there in that cabin essentially by myself for a long time. And, what they call Harriet Tubman Bridge is right there. It's less than 5 miles from the village. And I used to go out there and sit on that pier. There's like a little pier on the river. And it was unfathomable. I could not conceive of it in my mind what our Yeye, Harriet Tubman, had to do to fight for her independence, for her liberation. I can't imagine the type of fear and frustration and torment and torture that she had to endure from birth until she made this decision that, okay, today is the last day that I'm going to be enslaved. That's it. This is the day. And I sat out there a lot, y'all. I would go out there for hours in the pure quiet and just try to imagine that a woman who could not read and write, who had been enslaved that's all she knew was the confounds of the border of the plantation she was tied to. That's all she knew about the whole world. that the kind of suffering and misery imposed on her, that one day, seemingly out of nowhere, she made the decision that today is the day. Today is the last day that I will be a slave. I want you to put this in the proper context, y'all. Because in this day that our Yeye, Harriet Tubman, was enslaved, the institution called the United States of America and the motherfucking Constitution sanctioned the legality of her enslavement. Yes, it did. That in this day, that she had to make such a potentially life-threatening decision, that everything that existed around her consecrated the justness and the rightness and the fittingness of her condition. Everything, everybody, the culture, the music, the norms, the stories, the books, the mores, the articles of faith that we discussed today called the Constitution. The Declaration of Independence did not apply to Harriet Tubman, enslaved on a plantation. The Declaration of Independence, which I love so much, that talks about overthrowing the government if your government becomes a tyranny. That even as it had this language about the justness of overthrowing a government that no longer serves and becomes tyrannical, guess what? The Declaration of Independence was not referring to Harriet Tubman. Was not referring to Harriet Tubman. You understand? And so today, when I read this section from you guys, from Beyond God the Father, that is talking about how the ideas in our mind, child, that dictate our behavior is what gives plausibility, as she says, right? It is what fortifies the state. And on this day that Harriet Tubman decided today was the day she was going to break the law, because that's what she did. On the day that she decided that she was not going to be a slave anymore, she made a conscious decision to break the law of the land. That's what she did. That's what that action represented. As a matter of fact, she didn't have to know how to read. She didn't have to know how to write. She had innate ancestral intelligence that gave her every right to do exactly what she did. And on that day, despite the fact that the national, Christian-esque, nationalist articles of faith, known as the Constitution, known as the Declaration of Independence, handed down divinely by the forefathers, did not apply to her. And so on that day, unable to read, unable to write, which y'all would condemn today as ignorant, you feel me? She said, today is the day that freedom is mine. Today is the day, you understand, that I will no longer be a slave. That today is the day that I will consciously, enthusiastically, courageously break the law of the land. That's what she said on that day. And sitting out on my car or on that pier many, many days, trying to, for a moment, feel in my body the kind of anxiety, the kind of uncertainty, the kind of fear, the kind of bravery, the kind of courage that she had to embody to cross that river that I was sitting in at every day. That freaking alligator infested river. Right there. Harriet Tubman Bridge crosses that same river. You understand? To only be able to travel at night, to only be able, through the voices in her head that came to her as a consequence of injury, that reminded her somehow ancestrally how to navigate by the stars, which direction is north, how to keep going, how far do I have to go, and to only be able to navigate at night. No street lights. I'm surrounded by light. No street lights. Can't carry no light to give yourself away. You travel by the light of the full moon. You understand? To be able to see in the dark. And that's what's wrong with us. That's what happened to me today. Is that the reason, I'm going to tell you, the reason that we are so hogtied to this process laid before us as the only legitimate way to attempt to eke out some promise of a future that never comes. The voting process is what I'm talking about. The electoral process is what I'm talking about. Is because it has been many, 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 many years since we have been put in a situation of discomfort and oppression that we were faced with the choice that Harriet Tubman had to make that day. We have not experienced that. We have experienced adversity, struggle, the struggle to feed ourselves, our families, the struggle to keep a roof over our head. We've experienced that. I'm not saying we haven't experienced that. But collectively, as a group, we have never experienced the kind of oppression, not outwardly. Like our oppression is subtle. That's why we don't make moves. Our oppression is covert. That's why we don't buck the system. That's why we still hogtied to the processes ordained by the system. Is because they give us just enough room in the cage to think that we free, even as they remove inches off the cage every time you turn around. The cage gets smaller and smaller, smaller and smaller, right? And I think about Harriet Tubman a lot. And about this period. That for the first time in a very, very long time, the conditions, though they look different, the conditions are the same as the day she decided that she would break the law of the land to fight for fucking freedom. The conditions are the same. The conditions are the same. But instead of it being a massa on a plantation with bullwhip and shit, it's a white boy in a suit and tie. It's a lobbyist. It's a CEO. It's a filmmaker. The violence is just as profound. The impact is just as deep. And because you cannot see it, because in your mind, through these images played in your consciousness over and over and over again, y'all be talking about Black trauma porn and how why they can't make no movies about Black folks that ain't got nothing to do with slavery, and how we can't see ourselves in the future as something more than just enslaved. There is a reason that these Jewish people in Hollywood, that's the only thing they play in your consciousness. That's the only thing they want to produce about Black people. You feel me? From Spielberg on. They love that. And they play it over and over and over again because they're looking for a desired result. The desired result is the snuffing of courage, is the snuffing out of bravery. And here we are. Because it wasn't one of them that produced the movie about Nat Turner. And the boy that produced the movie about Nat Turner, married to a Jewish woman, by the way, right? The dude who produced the movie about Nat Turner, from what I understand, there was a whole cascade of stuff that they made him remove from the movie before the movie would go to the theaters. Nat Turner is another, who was a preacher, learned how to reading the Bible, told what he could read in the Bible and what he couldn't read in the Bible. And one day, according to legend, he was known to go off into the woods for a period of time. You understand? And fast and pray and be one with the Lord. You feel me? And one day, the Lord, one day, the Jesus of his reading, one day, God told him that you were going to see a sign in the sky. And on that day, you are going to run through this motherfucker like the plague. You are going to not stop. You are going to burn every plantation and kill every white person in sight. Every white person you come into contact with, you are going to slay them. And you are going to burn down these institutions called plantation homes. And thus saith the goddamn Lord. This is what his Bible taught him. And so I mentioned Harriet because to me, she is the singularly unmatched personification of unbridled courage and bravery. She is. She is to me the ultimate example of the power of the Iyami Ajay. She is. She and many others, but in this country, she the one. She is the one. The chairman of the organization I used to be in used to say as a joke all the time that in the Black community, the Trinity in the Black community, when you could go into any Black Christian's house, the Trinity on their wall was Jesus, Martin Luther King, and John F. Kennedy. That was the Trinity for Black Christians when he was growing up. For us, at least the starting point has to be Mami Wata, Harriet Tubman, and maybe some sister from the continent itself to tie us to our national homeland. And you can pick your choosing. Ya Asante Wa, Queen Nehonda, you understand? Queen Hatshepsut, Queen T. You got a whole host that you can pull from on any given day, depending upon what your vibe is, where your energy is leaning. Today, this evening, on the eve of this new moon, this dark moon, it was important, as I'm hearing, and will be for the rest of the night. My cat's laying in my lap because he's scared. I'll be hearing for the rest of the night what is an old 246-year-old ritual celebrating the baptism of this new and emerging Godhead. That's what it is. Do I need to repeat that? Today, July 4th, celebrating the 246th birthday of this malignant bitch. These fireworks, the gluttonous eating, the partying, the dressing in the colors of red, white, and blue. If you don't know why I emphasize that and what I'm talking about, go way back to the video that I did on the significance of the duality of the red and blue and why it's pervasive everywhere. Go back. But on this day, just a few days, today's the 4th, it was July 1st, when all y'all started lamenting in terror and fear and woe and dismay about the decisions handed down by the Supreme Court. Today is a nationwide ritual concretizing the legitimacy of the birth of this wicked Godhead called the United States of America. That's what it is. The significance of this July 4th is that it is happening on the heels of the reassertion of the law of the land, of the supremacy over women, of the divine, the ordainedly divined, handing down and assertion of the supremacy of God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit over the very bodies, lives, and blood of the female citizens of this society. That's what it does. Today is a ritual that's happening out here. The fireworks, the song, the dance, the party, the like. Today, there are millions upon millions, even as people have been upset about what's happened over the last week. I'm guaranteeing you that a great majority of those displeased about what just happened on the 1st are celebrating, are participating unwittingly in a ceremonial ritual that has concretized and officially re-legitimized their oppression. The rightness, justness, and deserving of oppression. The justness of the mechanisms of oppression. That's what's happening today. So I decided, I know it's late. This is probably something I should have done days ago to prepare you. But right now you're here. You understand? There are 32, 33 of you watching. Right now, you are here. So you are participating in a ritual of your own. Yes, you are. You are not witnessing. You are not watching. You are not observing that in this moment, you too are conducting ceremony. Your ass is participating in ritual right now. If you feel the need to take a break and grab a candle to legitimize it, I done lit the candles, burnt the incense, anointed my crown. But you are participating in ceremony right now. You too are participating in a ritual right this minute. And it's necessary because this ritual that we are sitting in, this ceremony that we are sitting in, is just the beginning of what I talked about at the very beginning. The absolute necessity of building institutions of dual and contending power. This moment is an institution of dual and contending power. You see what I'm saying? See, we see institution. Like people ask me, I'm the founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Well, where's the temple? It's in my body. It's in my uterus. My uterus is the temple. Yes, I am in the process of doing all the mundane work that we have to do to secure a physical location. But in the meantime, the space that we occupy is the temple. The space that's in our body that connects us to heaven is temple, is ceremony. And I said this to you when I did the reading. What was it, last week that I did that reading for y'all? That talked about the totem of the snakes. That we have a tendency to make insignificant the mundane. We have a tendency to, an inability to see the sacredness in the mundane, in the minuscule, in the seemingly small. We cannot see the mundane as sacred. We cannot see the small as sacred. We cannot see the quiet as sacred. You understand? And here we are today, on this evening, on this eve of this new moon, where all week people have been up in arms and in their feelings about an illegitimate institution called the Supreme Court of the United States. It is illegitimate. It is just as illegitimate as the Constitution of the United States of America. It is just as illegitimate as the Declaration of Independence. It is just as illegitimate as the so-called founding fathers who were somehow divinely chosen to script the words of the Holy Lord in the form of the Constitution. You feel me? And so, in this process on this evening, where we are conspiring to create the world that contends, some of the things that we have to talk about are what are the mechanisms that can help us fortify courage. You understand? Because sitting out on the Harriet Tubman Bridge all those nights and trying to understand, we don't have to understand. That's what the mother has said. The hard work has been done. You understand? We are in the situation that we are in, and our ancestors have done the work that they have done because that's the evolutionary process. We don't have to be thrust backwards into chattel slavery to try to channel the courage of Harriet Tubman. We have to have a physical, material relationship to the wisdom of our ancestors so we can channel that courage to address the very real and current circumstances that are peculiar to us right now. That's what we can do. We can tap into the cellular memory of our ancestors that pump still alive in our blood to channel that courage. And with the information and the knowledge that we have, transform it and use it and apply it in a way that is particularly going to address these circumstances that we are confronted with. The covert, like we just all just tied to freaking multiple goddamn IVs, slowly killing us, just killing us slowly enough that we are not aware that we're dying, that we're being leached from. You feel me? Now, I know that was a long intro, way longer than I had imagined. It's been 45 minutes. I didn't even realize it. But this is why the Iyami came to me today in that dream. I was only asleep on the couch for maybe an hour. And the dream that I recall is a pillar, a tornado-esque lightning striking all around it, even as the sun is out. Lightning striking, and you can see the soot, and the fire pillar is moving like a tornado, slowly. It's wreaking havoc. It's conspicuously gobbling up, consuming everything that it touches. But it is not creating chaos. Ain't no winds, shit flying all over the place. It is slowly moving so that its destruction is conspicuous. It's inconspicuous. Excuse me. It's inconspicuous. All you can see is it. And then everything that is decimated in its path, its destruction is inconspicuous. Right? Thank you for the donation, Mistress Monica. I appreciate that. Everybody else, if you feel so inclined, yes, you can make your donation, contribution, what have you, to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, this ceremony we in. And so I had this dream on the couch today and was woken by one of my cats pouncing on my head. And the dream, even though at the moment, it's not until this moment that I'm really understanding what it meant. But even though I was not conscious about its immediate meaning, the thing that did come to me was the need to talk to you about the Iyami Age on this night. Because the Iyami Age is what is going to teach us about the history of who we are, about the courage that is needed for the months ahead. The vote ain't nothing but what, 4 months away? And I'm telling you, what I am trying to win is you away from this shit. I'm trying to win you away from voting. There is no hope in it. There is no future in it. Okay? Do what you will. That's what sovereignty is. But if you value your sovereignty, you would not go and vote. So anyway, the stories of the Iyami, the manifestations of the Iyami, the culture of the Iyami was important on today. I recognize that there are many of you who do not know what the Iyami Ajay is. I'm going to explain that to you. Thank you, Java Watson, for your contribution. I'm going to explain that to you, right? I'm going to talk to you in depth about the Iyami, because even doing this little pulling together of this live tonight, this ceremony tonight, was so encouraging. It was so emboldening. It was so encouraging. And even though the Iyami Ajay are very particular to a specific African spiritual tradition, Ifa, of the Yoruba people, the Iyami Ajay is replete throughout every culture in society. Every culture in society has a version of this energy. Everyone. Every culture in society has a version, a counterpart, if you will, to this story. I am going to talk to you about the Iyami Ajay, but if you are of European descent and you are watching right now, what may resonate with you about this story is the story of Hecate, or Hecate, however you choose to pronounce it. The triple goddess is the personification of the Iyami. If you are Western Hemispheric indigenous and you are more familiar with the story of Grandmother Spider, she is the personification of the Iyami. You understand? So all cultures have a version of this story of the cosmic divine mothers for whom we owe all existence. I'm going to talk to you about the mythology of the Iyami, some of the things that are, very specific to the Iyami, and then you can do with it what you will. Within the context of the Iyami, I am also going to talk to you about ritual and ceremony that you can do on this evening, on this night. I know it's late where you guys are. I told you already, I'm going to be up all night because one, this is ceremony, but I'm still, I made an offering to Hecate this afternoon, but I'm still going to go out to this banyan tree down the street from my house and make another offering to the Iyami. And so I'm going to do a lot of that. I'm going to do some storytelling. I'm going to tell you how to make an offering on this here new moon. And I am also going to say that the energy that we all need to be focusing our ritual on, this is my position, the energy that we need to be focusing our spells on, our rituals on, our ceremony on, even our healing, is the simultaneous like covering, protecting, guarding, guiding divinely, right? And the destruction, punishment, judgment, and execution of that which has destroyed the planet. The simultaneous energy going into these ceremonies. This is not to negate or take place for the very real action and work that we must be doing. We still got to be engaged in the works that are going to guarantee a future for us, right? For me, this work is the daily, mundane work of trying to secure resources, information, permits, and all of that stuff to secure the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. If I'm not actually working to secure my life, that's what I'm doing. It's taken up so much headspace that you wouldn't even believe it, right? It is studying. So when I get on here, I know that you are going to leave with something. There's something I have said is going to become a part of you. It's not just going to be information that you have hoarded and consumed. It's actually going to become a part of you. And becoming a part of you is going to dictate that it be used by you in some way in the world. So that's what it is. And that work for us, that work for you may look different in different ways. But the physical material world work has to be in partnership with moments like these, where we are actively engaged in ceremony and ritual. So with that being said, that very long introduction, my cat's hair flying all over the place, a very long introduction, I'm going to begin to talk to you about the Iyami, the Iyami Osoronga Age. Okay. So we'll just start at the very beginning. Who is the Iyami? And there are a couple of websites that I saved this evening that I'm going to actually read directly from, because I loved some of what they had contributed that I thought was important for tonight. But the Iyami Osoronga Age, in Ifa tradition, are considered, for lack of a better assessment, the witches. The Iyami, the word Iyami, which means my mother or my mothers, is the it is the loving personification of our mothers, our earthly mothers, our celestial mothers, our ancestral mothers. It's that version of your mother that you most enjoy. She supports, she feeds, she nurtures, she plays with you, she makes sure you happy, she makes sure you clean. It's that all-encompassing, ever-present love of the mother, right? That's what Iyami means. And Osoronga, let's see, Osoronga, let's see. Ow, ow, boy, dang. So Osoronga represents the energy of the Iyami. Aje literally translates to witch. Aje, A-J-E, translates to witch. Okay? So the Iyami Osoronga Aje are what our culture calls the witches. This is the more punishing aspect of the mother. So you got your mama who loves you. She lets you get away with a lot. You feel me? She covers you. She's just interested in your happiness. She protects you. She makes sure you good. You feel me? But you know that thing that the mama say over and over and over again. Didn't I tell you not to do that? Didn't I tell? How many times I got to tell you not to do that? Well, if you do that one more time, then the punishing aspect of the mother comes out. Right? Once it goes from nurturing, loving, big mama type mama to, okay, now I got to spank your behind, or now I got to rough you up or pull you up by your collar, this becomes the Age. It is the punishing aspect of the mothers. Okay. So I'm going to talk to you about a few concepts that I found interesting. Some of the stuff I didn't know about the Iyami today that I found out. So there are personifications. In Ifa tradition, you have this concept called patakis. They're like different phases or stages of each Orisha. For those of you who are not of African descent or are not familiar at all with Ifa culture or language, Orisha, that others see is like deities. Orisha literally means forces of nature or force of nature. So each one of these forces of nature that we have deified as an Orisha, they govern certain aspects of human existence on earth through these forces of nature. Okay. And with each Orisha, because just like we tell stories about the planets, right? Like the planet Pluto in Greek mythology is Hades. And so there's a whole host of stories about Hades and his life in the underworld and his impact on the world and all in his place in the changes of there are stories. These are mythologies that are anthropomorphizing this planet's impact on Earth. Okay? We do the same thing in every culture, in Ifa culture. Each Orisha, each force of nature has patakis. These are stories about this Orisha's phases of life or impacts on human life. Okay? And so that's what I'm going to talk to y'all about now. We're talking about the Iyami Osoronga Aje, right? And actually, before I even get that deep on you, we need to talk about what they look like. So when you, so the Iyami Aje are pictured as three women. If you Google Iyami Aje right now, you'll see multiple pictures of three women. One dressed in red, one dressed in white, one dressed in black. That's why I'm wearing the colors I am tonight, red, black, and white. I did that strategically. You feel me? These are their colors. The white witch, the black witch, and the red witch. Okay? Each one of these Iyami play a particular role. Okay? Actually, let me go back. I'm sorry. I want to make this concise. There was so much that I wanted to say, and I'm going to say. Y'all can hang with me as long as you feel like you can. But there was something that came up today that I did not know, and I saved it. I might have to paraphrase. Okay, so let me share my screen with you guys. Okay, give me a second. Share screen. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be, I think it's this one. Yes. Okay. All right. View in StreamYard tab. All right. So y'all will just see me a little bit, but I am going to view it in the big so I can read it. So this is coming from a website called divinationwithifa.com. And is this the one? Okay, no, this is not it. Let me find the right one, because this is actually this page that I saw earlier is actually talking about the origin of yeah, here it is. Okay, this is it. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna share a screen again, and this is it. I'm gonna read a little bit to you. I've loved this story. Okay, so it is. I think this is it. Is this the one I just looked at, child? This is it. Okay, so I'm going to read to you guys a little bit. I have to move this a little bit. All right. So this, I'm going to probably summarize, but this is like the origin story of the Iyami. Okay. Let's see. This isn't it. So let me actually just X out of the ones that I don't need. Let's do that. Methods. Okay, that. That. Don't need that. No, is this where I read it? Cultural preservation, key principles. Okay, I must have. Damn, I must have X'd out of it. I don't know how I did that. So I'm just going to summarize. I'm going to summarize what I read earlier. What I read earlier about their origin story. This is a very, very small summary, but in the beginning, when the earth, so some of you may be familiar with the origin story of the Orisha and all of that, how the Orisha were sent from Olorun by Olodumare, which is the great god in heaven who created the Orisha as emissaries for this planet. Okay, the seven, what we call the seven African powers, the seven main Orisha that have an impact on the lives of humans and on earth, they come to earth to prepare the earth for humans. Okay, well, according to the story about the Iyami, is that even before that, or after that, the Iyami Ajay, the humans or humanity as a singular entity, Iyami Ajay, humans, and the Iyami's children, which are birds. The Iyami's children are birds. Listen to this. They all came together at the same time. Okay. The Iyami had multiple children, birds, but humanity had one child. Okay. Humanity had one child. And so something happens. The humanity as an entity, okay, as a single entity, humanity has to leave Earth for some reason and leaves their child in the care of Iyami. And when they return, now this is according to the Odu, the story, the spiritual story, Osameji, that when Iyami returned to Earth, she found that her child was fed, was fat, was happy, and well cared for. Is that right? No, I'm wrong. When humanity came back to Earth, she found in the care of the Iyami that her child was fat, happy, well cared for, right? And then Iyami had to leave the earth for some reason and left her children, the birds, in the care of humanity. Okay. Now, the Odu says that they came here as sisters, humanity and the Iyami, working together, and that they had made a pact that there would be harmony on earth so long as one did not kill the other. Okay. That when Iyami and humanity came to earth together, that they had a sacred pact that so long as one did not kill the other, there would forever be harmony on earth. Okay, so humanity leaves her child in the care of Iyami. Iyami takes care of the child, cleans the baby fat, happy, smiling when humanity gets back. Okay, when the Iyami leave her children, the birds, in the care of humanity, the story goes that Iyami was gone for some time, and in her absence, the humans or humanity's children became hungry. They became hungry, and in their hunger, they became desperate, and in their desperation, they became violent. And in that violence, the children that were left in the care of humanity, the children began to kill the birds and eat the birds. Okay, the children of humanity began to kill the birds and eat the birds. And when Iyami returned to Earth to see that the humans, or that humanity's children, had began to kill and eat her babies, her children, she became enraged. And she went back she went back to heaven. She went back to Olorun to petition Olodumare, the great God in heaven, for the power to punish humanity. And seeing what the humans had done to Iyami's children, Olodumare granted the power to punish humanity's children. Okay? And so the variety of punishment is based on their personification. We'll talk about it in a minute. But so when you begin to read the story, and then you begin to read about people who are called to worship Iyami. So the concept of the cult of Iyami, right? That is in Africa, is in, Oyo, in Osogbo. The cult of Iyami, people who are called to become initiates to the Iyami, are forbidden to consume birds. They cannot eat birds. They cannot eat chicken. They cannot eat birds of any kind because of this origin story of the rage and the subsequent punishing power given to the Iyami by the great God in heaven for those who violate them. But the rage of the Iyami, the punishments, though they may look vicious, of the Iyami, came as a consequence of the original betrayal by humans or by humanity against the mothers. Betrayal against the mothers. This is the story, right? And so now we come to the different forms of the Iyami, or their personifications, as the three witches: the white witch, the black witch, and the red witch. Now, I'm going to tell you, Ifa and the Kemetic spiritual systems are two of the oldest spiritual systems on Earth, on the whole planet. And so when you start seeing these concepts in other cultures that you think are their origin is with these cultures, and you know the story of Yoruba, of the Yoruba nation, and the Kemetic history, and the transfer of these ideas, then you know that the origin of most of these spiritual traditions on Earth have their origin, and why wouldn't they, in Africa? So we have the three witches: the black witch, the white witch, and the red witch. Okay? The black witch, which is called Aje Dudu, which means black witch energy. And actually, let's see. Yes, black witch energy. So Aje Dudu has the ability to punish, and she can levy out severe punishments, but she cannot kill. She has the ability to make one suffer severely, whether that's physically through illness, whether that's economically through perpetual poverty, and so on and so forth, right? Any number of ways. Torment of family members. This is the punishing power of Aje Dudu. Okay. She has the ability to make one suffer. And the other thing about these two Aje, the black Aje and the red Aje, is they are not easily forgiving. That once you have transgressed against the mothers, these two in particular are not easy to appease, right? They are the most strong of disciplinarians, and they are not easy to appease. Okay. And so, yeah, that's Aje Dudu. Aje Pupa is the red witch, or red witch energy. She is the most dangerous. She has the power handed to her by the great God in heaven to kill, to drink blood, and to eat flesh. With her, if you offend to this degree, because Aje Pupa is the punisher of grave crimes, grave offenses. And so if your offense warrants judgment and punishment by Aje Pupa, then it what it says is you are at the point of no forgiveness. Once you have transgressed in this way, there is no forgiveness. No matter your petitions, no matter your prayers, it don't matter. Once you have transgressed in this way, to this degree, that the Aje Pupa is called in as the punisher, there is no forgiveness, right? There are other stories that I've been told, through my Ile about the Iyami Aje, is that in the real world, if a person has offended the Aje to this degree, to the degree of the Aje Pupa, what their punishment may look like in the material world is one who is consumed by cancer, especially cancer of the entrails, the liver, the heart, the lungs, the colon, right? So there. And then Aje Funfun is the white witch or white witch energy. These Aje do not have the ability to kill or drink blood or eat flesh. This personification of the Aje is the one that we like. She is the protectress. She guarantees prosperity. She guarantees power, knowledge, right? She is easy to appease. She is easy to appease. You might piss her off just like your mama. You know what I'm saying? There's certain things you can do and you say, Mama, I'm sorry. And she's like, okay, baby, you all right. I forgive you. You feel me? This is that version of the Aje, the Aje Fufun, right? She is the most forgiving. She is the easiest to appease. But this presupposes that your transgression is not that serious, you see, right? And so even though she is the most gentle, the most, the one that we are most comfortable with, she too has the ability to punish if transgressed and you do not appeal to her, you do not appease her. She too has the ability to punish, though her punishments cannot involve killing, the drinking of blood, or the eating of flesh. Okay, I thought that was interesting for a number of reasons, especially once we start switching thought processes to consider other female deities around other cultures who encompass or incorporate this color scheme, these stories, especially about the drinking of blood and eating of flesh. I am reminded of Kali, right? Whose colors are red and black. I am reminded of Sekhmet, whose colors are red and black, right? So we can see again the juxtaposition of this energy. When we're talking about deities, we're talking, no matter where the deities emanate from, no matter what the culture is, we're talking about the personification, the anthropomorphization of natural phenomena, of forces of nature. How in the hell? Hold on just a second. The TV just came on by itself, y'all. Like, actually, just came on by itself. Hold on. Wow.
Abilities that maybe from culture that aren't so familiar to you into your own thing, because why not?
Wow. Child, that was crazy. My TV, I don't know, it's been off all day, just came on out of nowhere. Okay. So anyway, what was I saying? So when we start to, depending upon what your cultural background is or how you practice, you can still see through this discussion kind of similarities that you can take with you and hold on to. You understand? Okay. So that is the color and the significance of the Aj, the three witches. Okay. And then when we talk about stories, so these are more kind of like when I talk to you about the Patakis, the different personifications in different periods, right? The different personifications in different periods. These are some of those personifications, which are interesting, okay? So you have, yeah. All right. So you have, did I write that down? Hold on. Okay. So you have Awan Iya, which is the mothers. That's the personification. That's one personification. You have Awan Eleye, one who possesses birds. Now, depending upon who you ask, birds is the thing. The Iyami, um, all birds, no matter what bird, all birds are the domain of the mothers. Now, the way I was taught is all winged animals are the domain of the mothers. So that also includes bats, right? But all birds are the domain of the mothers. There are some birds that are more sacred to the mothers based on their individual stories, which we'll talk about. But all birds are the domain of the mothers, right? And so that is what that means. The Awan Aleye are one who possesses the birds. The story is that the spirit of the Iyami are able to inhabit the body of birds to do what they need them to do, to communicate, to send messages, to punish, doesn't matter, right? And I told y'all a story yesterday about the woman who told the story about her childhood and the story of the crows, right? And so I started making offerings to crows. I love crows anyway, ravens, crows, but that story was like, it was powerful. Tajali, baby, listen, when I said I had already been teetering back and forth about whether I was going to become a vegan again, and then I read this and I was like, okay, yes. So no more. So that's the incentive, because all I eat is chicken and fish. I was like, that's the incentive. Okay, there you go. So that's the thing I'm working on, is reintroducing myself to vegan and vegetarian lifestyle. But anyway, so that is them. Okay. The Awan Tunile Aye Tabi Awan Aleye, those who owned the world. Okay. Iyami Oniye Abami, my mother with the mysterious feather. So that is a direct reference to women who become like Iyanifa. Women who become, so Iyanifa is this. So you have Babalawo, which is like the head priest. A woman can't, quote, become a Babalawo, but the closest that she can become is to be married to a Babalawo and to be initiated. And her initiation is called Iyanifa, where she receives the sacred feather. It's a kind of pink salmon colored feather of a sacred bird, right? So she who possesses the mysterious feather. Olokiki Oru, the popular one at night. The Iyami govern the night. The Iyami govern the night. Okay. It is said that you make your offerings to the Iyami at night, right? Particularly, now some people, have different ideas. Some people say midnight is when you make your offering to the Iyami. I had always learned that you make your offering to the Iyami at between the witching hours, which is 1 to 3 a.m. Tomato, tomato. Do what feels good to you. You feel me? But in reading this, I was reminded of a live that I did with you guys maybe last week, or maybe a little longer ago than that, when we were talking about resurrecting sacred prostitution, and how in early temple ritual and ceremony that the temple whores, if you will, the temple harlots, kept the hours of the night. What that meant was praying and dancing and chanting through the evening hours, through the night hours, right? And how the word hours is actually a reference to the word whores, which goes back to sacred prostitution, temple harlots, temple whores in temples all over the known world that were centered around goddess worship. Okay. Anyway, why? Because the mothers govern time. The mothers govern time. What do we say about the fates? The fates control the threads of destiny. They control time, the past, present, and future. Right? I won't get that deep on y'all, but Go back to the video I did on resurrecting sacred prostitution. Okay. Let's see. It's my favorite subject to talk about, baby. It's my favorite subject to talk about holy harlots. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Okay, and some of their most sacred birds, but not limited to these, or some of their most sacred animals, but not limited to these, are owls, vultures, and cats. Okay. Now let's move on. Now, the next thing I'm going to talk to you about, which I think you're probably going to find the most interesting, I did, are the devices used by the Iyami Aje. Take notes, listen close. The devices used by the Iyami Aje. Okay? The first is Agogo Inu, the potent power of the tongue. This I'm gonna bring up the screen for because I didn't write all these down. I was like, I ain't writing all this down. I'm gonna just read it straight from the screen. Okay, so let's go. Share screen. It is this one. Yes. Okay. So these are the methods or devices used by the Iyami Aje. Anybody who possesses the power of the Iyami Aje, whether male or female, though I will tell you, according to the tradition, some males can be called to be initiates of the Iyami Aje, but those initiates only represent less than 5% of the Iyami Aje. Okay? Only less than 5%. You feel me? Hold on. Dang. All right. Men. Okay, so here's one thing. When it says, let's see. Mostly this energy manifests itself in women more than in men because 95% of those who possess this energy are women, while 5% of those possess this energy are males. They are called Oso. It's a variation of the same energy. When this energy resides with men, such men are known as Oso or wizard. And when they reside with women, they are called witches or Iyami Aje, right? All right, cool. What are the devices? Okay. No, that's not it. Anyone who possesses the power of Iyami Aje, whether male or female, can use the following methods I will explain below to carry out their mission. Okay. Now, the way that I was always taught, I'll get to that in a minute. Let's just go ahead and read what this says. So these different methods are Agogo Inu, the power of the, let me just go through them. Agogo Inu, the potent tongue power. One of the methods used by Iyami spiritually bring down anyone who crosses their paths is the habit of, listen to this, y'all, is the habit of consistently referring to the wrong person. Consistently referring to the wrong the person had done to them, even after the person has begged, apologized, and sought their forgiveness. The witches will never stop recalling the incidents, which in most cases can put his or her victims in jeopardy in society. Listen, when I was engaged to a Babalao, he told me, right, that he told me once, he said that every person born with a uterus Every person on earth born with a uterus has the power of Age. They do not have to be a descendant of Age. They do not have to be an initiate. Every person born with a uterus has the power of Age, because people born with uteruses have the quote, Black women born with uteruses have the most powerful Ashe, which is your ability to create from your tongue. Ashe, this power, this force of creation, of manifestation. That Black women with uteruses have the most powerful Ashe on earth, right? And he said the problem is that you don't have to be conscious of this power. You don't have to be an Ifa, you don't have to be a devotee. You don't have to know nothing about it. It exists. And he said that what has been happening over the last 50 years is that women, Black women, have been collectively speaking spells. I had a hard time with it, y'all. He said, what the enemy has done is used our culture, music, to have young Black men sing, dance over music, these constant aggressions against Black women. You know, bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. You feel me? La 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 la. And in response to these aggressions spoken against Black women have collectively said, niggas ain't shit, right? And that because women are collectively saying these things in their response to these obvious aggressions against them, they are speaking spells over the whole community, right? I was like, damn, that's harsh. He said, and he felt like the most powerful spells being spoken right now were elder Black women living alone, living in isolation, and not cared for. Black gray-haired women, after raising kids and taking care of husbands, they die alone. They die in isolation. Oh my God. They die in isolation, right? And he said what happens is when women speak their ashe, it has the ability to destroy one's life. He did a reading for me once, which is why I came to California, by the way. He did a reading for me once. And he said, and I'm going to tell you, it was crazy. He said, this was years ago, 2015 maybe. He said, there is a female family member in your line. I can't tell which side. I can't tell who she is to you. But there's a female family member in your bloodline who is speaking spells over your family out of her hurt. Out of her hurt and out of her betrayal, this person is speaking spells over your whole family. And this is why you must go to her. And I was like, let me tell you how detached we were from her. This is a side note. This is how fucked up it was. Let me stop sharing the screen really quick. Let me tell you what happened. My grandmother, when he did this reading for me, it didn't even occur to me because in my mind, I didn't have any grandparents left. When my father died, actually before that, my grandmother Helen, I'm gonna tell y'all a story real quick. We up in here. My grandmother Helen had always, since she was a little girl, people had always said that she was touched. So her sisters had always looked out for her. Wherever they were, my grandmother was with them. My grandmother got married to my grandpa Faye. They had 4 sons, okay? When we were kids, when I was about 7 or 8 years old, we did not have a relationship with my grandmother Helen before this. I don't even remember early memories of her. But when I was about 7 or 8, my dad told me that our grandmother, we had only heard horror stories about my grandmother Helen from my dad and his brothers. From my dad and my uncles, we had only heard horror stories about my grandmother Helen. My dad and my uncles used to call my grandma Helen the battle axe. That's what they used to call her, right? Every story they ever told about my grandmother was about how she used to beat their ass. She was so abusive. She was terrible. She was crazy, whatever. So when my dad tells me and my little sister that my grandma Helen has to come live with us for a little while, and we lived in a trailer, and me and my sister shared a room, and so my grandma Helen had to sleep on a padlet in our room. And we were scared because all we had heard was my dad and our uncles tell these horror stories about my grandma Helen. And my dad used to tell us that my grandma Helen was a witch. And mind you, we super Christians, okay? My grandma Helen came to stay with us, y'all. I've never talked about this out loud. My grandma Helen came to stay with us. She wasn't with us for very long. But my grandma Helen is, at the time, she was holiness. She was a Christian. She was holiness. So they believed in like speaking in tongues and, possession by the Holy Spirit and, and all of that, right? We didn't do that. We were raised fundamentalist Baptist. So my grandma Helen, now mind you, I don't have a single memory of my grandmother before she came to live with us. Not one. I remember my grandpa Faye, but by that time they had separated. I don't have a single memory of my grandmother before then, right? My grandmother, so she moves in. Me and Erica, my sister, are scared of her. She's sleeping in our bedroom. Daddy done told us all these years that Grandma Helen was a witch. You feel me? And so the first night, I'll never forget it. I was 7. Grandma Helen came to the house, prepared to go to sleep on the floor. We didn't know she wore a wig. She pulled off this wig and she had absolutely no hair. She was completely bald with little sprigs of gray hairs all over her head. Just little tiny, it'll be shiny bald and then a little sprig of hair. And so this in our mind concretized to us that Grandma Helen was a witch, right? And so Grandma Helen saw things. Okay. Grandma Helen would say, listen, we would come home from school and Grandma Helen would say, what happened at school today? My father told me you did something at school today. What happened at school today? And don't lie, because I already saw it. That's what she would do. She would see things, and in 24 hours, not weeks, not months, not years, in 24 hours, in 3 days, the thing that she had spoken would happen verbatim, not subtly, like would happen. She would be washing the dishes, right? My grandmother Helen had aspirations of being an opera singer. She had an extraordinary voice. She was an extraordinarily gifted woman. We didn't see none of that. We just saw this witch. But in hindsight, she was an extraordinarily gifted woman. She would be washing the dishes and all of a sudden she would break out in song, and she knew all of these Italian operatic songs and she would start singing. And then in the middle of a song, she would fall to her knees and become taken over. Now, of course, in Christianity, in holiness faith, she catching the Holy Spirit. She is overcome by the Holy Spirit. You feel me? But in ancient African tradition, we know this is mounting. Right? And that shit would happen, and it terrified us because we didn't have a language or a frame of reference to understand who she was. Okay? And so Grandma Helen came to stay with us. And eventually, my dad said she had to leave. When she leaves, she ends up going to my Uncle Mike's house. She ended up going to live with each one of her sons, and each one of her sons ended up kicking her out of their house. All 4 ended up kicking her out of the house. Okay. And after that, I didn't see my grandmother Helen again. That little bit of time, was the only memory that I had of my grandmother. And it was infected by this narrative of my dad and my uncles. Okay. It was the only relationship I'd ever had with my grandma Helen. All right. Fast forward. After that happened, okay, not even 2 years late. Let's see. I was 7 then. So I was 10 when this happened. We lived in a trailer park, and my dad used to organize neighborhood cookouts. So everybody in the trailer park, we lived in Hidden Valley Trailer Park. Everybody in the trailer park would get together in the middle of the street, and we would have a whole neighborhood cookout, all the families. We would barbecue, we would eat oysters. It was like a big ass party. We would do it once a month. And so we were all at this monthly party that we had. And my mom comes out of the house with a look on her face. She said, "Stephen, you need to come answer the phone." And my dad went into the house. Okay. And I saw him, and I saw his face, her face and his face. And then when we got home, I've never heard a man cry that way. Not since, not before, not since. My dad was undone. He cried. He wept. He was in the fetal position in his room on the floor for hours. And so my mom made us leave, made us go down the street to Sister Genovia's house. But when we walked into that house, it was terrible. What happened was my Uncle Nigel, this was 2 years later, my Uncle Nigel had been murdered. He had been shot to death, and they didn't know the details. Okay. This is my dad's oldest brother, my Uncle Nigel. And they were the closest. They had the closest relationship. My dad was the youngest. My Uncle Nigel was the oldest. And he got this news. My dad was a long distance truck driver. He spent 90% of his drive time in Mexico. He loved Mexico. He was obsessed with Mexico. So the next day, we were accustomed to it. We were accustomed to only seeing my dad, every 3 weeks, every 6 weeks, depending upon how long his trip was. The next day, my dad got in his diesel truck and he left. And we didn't see or hear from him for months and months and months. We didn't get any calls, nothing. My dad comes back home and tells my mom that he thought he was going insane. And he tells her about where he's been, that he had driven his truck out to the desert, out west, that he had driven to the desert, and he had parked his truck, and he had stripped his clothes off, and he wallowed in the desert. He wallowed in the dirt, screaming and crying because he thought he was losing his mind. And the reason that he thought he was losing his mind was because he said God gave him a vision 3 years prior, telling him to prepare himself, that he was going to take Nigel, that he was going to take my Uncle Nigel. And my dad told my mom, we're listening. My dad told my mom that 3 years prior, God said, I have forgiven him already, but your brother has to pay. That God gave him a vision of how my Uncle Nigel was going to die. And that the reason he was going to die was because when my grandmother Helen, a few years prior, had gone to live, like I said, she had lived for a little bit with all her sons, that when she went to go live with him, they had gotten in an argument, and the argument was heated. And he hit my grandmother so hard, he knocked her out. And my dad told my mom that God told him 3 years prior, I am going to take your brother, prepare yourself. This is the price he has to pay for hitting your mother, right? So my dad, knowing that or seeing that, ignored it. And so when it happened, he checked the fuck out. He said he went to the desert. He didn't eat for weeks. He just screamed and cried and rolled around in the dirt. He said he slept in the dirt. He never slept in his truck. And finally, he came to himself and came back home, right? After my Uncle Nigel died, he was the first to die. My Uncle Fate died after him, less than a year later. My dad died 9 days before my 17th birthday. He died violently. He was stabbed to death by one of his employees. My dad owned a construction company. And this 18-year-old kid who he had given a job, they had gotten into an argument about money. And the kid took a screwdriver from my dad's tool belt and stabbed him to death 9 days before my 17th birthday. And then the last of my, and so what happened when my dad died is that was my grandmother's youngest son. My grandma Helen, like I said, I had not seen since I was 7 years old. She did not come to the funeral, my dad's funeral. But what we heard after the fact was the reason that she had not come is because she was living in California at the time, that when she heard that my dad had died, she had a complete nervous breakdown and ended up hospitalized in a mental institution out here, right? This is where she got the diagnosis as a schizophrenic. So all those years of her life, people had said she was touched, right? When she went into this mental institution, they said that she was schizophrenic. And so she spent several years there after my dad died, right? And then the last remaining brother, my Uncle Michael, who we were probably the closest to, my Uncle Mike died from a broken heart. He wasn't, you know what? Wrong. He wasn't the next to die. The next to die was my Grandpa Fate. My Grandpa Fate. My Grandpa Fate was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful man. Even old, he was beautiful. Hazel green eyes, not light skin the way we understand light skin. He had this beautiful brown, bronze, but still light skin and sandy brown hair. He was built like a linebacker up until the day he got his diagnosis. My grandfather fought in the Korean War and was shot in the back of the head. And the way the bullet hit and ended up lodged in his brain, the bullet lodged literally right between the two lobes of the brain. So the only side effect of this injury that he sustained in the war was that he was a serious narcoleptic. Like, they took his driver's license. He would still drive, but he couldn't get licensed to drive because literally you could be talking to him and he could be hype, and out of nowhere he would fall asleep. A severe narcoleptic. But other than that, beautiful. I'll show y'all pictures one day. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful man. My dad and his brothers were beautiful men, like exceptionally good looking men. My dad was the darkest of them. My grandmother Helen is very, very, very dark skinned. My grandpa Faye is light skinned. And so my dad was the only of the sons that had dark skin. The rest of them were, quote, light skinned, but they were all exceptionally good looking men, right? And so at this point, my grandmother had outlived 3 of her sons. Okay. My grandpa Fate, who, like I said, up until the day he got this diagnosis, was a built, strong, 6'3", gorgeous African. One day he talked to his wife and talked to her that he had been having this constant nag in his throat. And he thought it was a cold, but it would never go away. And he went to the doctor to get a checkup. And that's when he was diagnosed with prostate cancer. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer. And over that period of time, he literally willed himself sick. We literally watched him go from a 200 plus pound man to skin and bones. From the day he was diagnosed to the day he died was 7 months. So after my grandpa Fate died, my Uncle Mike, who was the last remaining brother, was already severely, severely depressed. And what happens with all people, But in the South in particular, where the only solace that you're supposed to have to deal with grief is the church, is Jesus. And that did not give him solace, watching 3 of his brothers be buried and then his dad. He had succumbed to substance abuse and drinking because everybody was uncomfortable with his grief. He was not surrounded by family. He was not covered or supported by family. People were uncomfortable with his grief and his expression of grief. And so my Uncle Mike died. He died. And the way that he died was tragic. You understand? So my grandmother outlived all of her sons. None of her sons lived to be 45. They all died violently. And the explanation that had been given to our family, the children, the offspring of these men, was that, my dad used to tell me this when he was alive, that our family was blessed with the gift of foresight. And that if we weren't, quote, right with the Lord, that gift would be our curse, that it would drive us crazy. That's what he said. That we were blessed with the gift of foresight. And if we weren't right with the Lord, our gift would be our curse. So my grandmother, several of my cousins hospitalized for schizophrenia. That's the common diagnosis in my family, is schizophrenia. Several nervous breakdowns. My cousin Joy, who is like my sister, we were raised in the same house. That was my Uncle Nigel's daughter. So when my Uncle Nigel died and my parents split up, my dad went to go live in the house with my Uncle Nigel's wife and her 3 kids because they were out of control. And me and my sister went to go live with them. So we were raised for several years in the same house together. And my cousin Joy, several nervous breakdowns, hospitalized a couple of times, tragic life, married to a man who made a lot of money. He was working on he was a oil rig worker in the Gulf of Mexico. We were in Biloxi. And she had so many kids with this young African. She was young, like 18 when she had her first child. They had like 6 kids together, I think, 6 children together. He went to go work on the oil rig and never came home. He died in the Gulf of Mexico explosion, the big thing that had the big giant oil spill, however many years ago that was. He died in that explosion. And she was never right after that. The way my Uncle Mike died is still like this plague on our family. We don't know where his body is. We don't know where he was. And just, it's the whole thing, right? We do not know of my dad and my 4 uncles. We do not know where any of their graves are. We do not know where my father, where my uncles are buried. None of them. We do not know where any of them are buried. We grew up with this cloud over our head that the gift would be our curse if we weren't right with the Lord. The gift would be our curse if we weren't right with the Lord, right? And to watch one after the other within a decade, my dad and all his brothers die. And the reason that we don't know where my Uncle Nigel and my dad are buried is because that big hurricane that happened, I forget how long ago it was. My dad and my Uncle Mike were buried in the local, like, I guess, state governed cemetery, right? And so these are like the state funded cemetery for poor people. You ain't got the money to buy a lot or whatever. This is where poor people go to get buried. My Uncle Nigel and my dad were both buried in that graveyard. I went to my dad's funeral, but after the hurricane, to this day, you guys, the city has never restored the cemetery. All the grave markings, every headstones gone, everything gone. When my ex-fiance, the Babalao, who did this reading for me, I'll tell you about it in a minute. Let me not get ahead of myself. Okay. So this happened. And so for a long time, especially once I became a practitioner of Ifa, I was like, surely Ifa can explain to me what looms over our family that nobody else had an explanation for. This Jesus shit, this, oh, we blessed with the gift of foresight, and if we ain't right with the Lord, then the blessing would be a curse. The shit didn't track. And once I became a practitioner of Ifa and started doing work, ancestral work with my father, up until that day, from 17 to 34, I had never looked on a picture of my father. Every time I would hear a song that my father loved, I was instantly re-injured, wounded, irreparably wounded. My dad was in my dreams for almost 2 decades. Same recurring dream over and over and over again, that my father had faked his death because he didn't love us anymore, and that I am doing whatever I'm doing, and somehow I see him. And I'm like, oh my God, you're alive. And he sees me and he runs in the opposite direction. This reoccurring dream for years and years and years. I could not look at a picture of my father, right? And I started doing ancestral work with Ifa. It was the only thing I'd ever heard that offered any solution to grief, to how to recover from the loss of a loved one. And I started doing this work with Ifa, and it changed me. And in walking with my ancestors, doing my ancestral rituals and stuff, I ended up engaged to this Babalao. This is what I'm getting to. I ended up engaged to this Babalao. And he did a reading for me. And he told me just what I told you. There is a woman in your bloodline who is speaking spells over your family, over your whole family, out of grief. Out of her grief, she is speaking spells over your whole family. And instant. First of all, I did not know who she was talking about. I was like, what do you mean? Who could it be? Who could it be? My grandfather had just passed away. And in my mind, that was my last living grandparent. I had been so separated from my grandmother Helen's existence that I didn't even remember that I still had a living grandparent, y'all. I did not. I'm telling you, my immediate response in that reading was not her. I'm like, damn, who could it be? Who could it be? I'm starting to think about conflict between my mama and her sisters or something. You feel me? He said, it's an elder woman. She's still living. It's an elder woman in your bloodline that in her grief has been speaking spells over your entire family. It is your job. It is your job to restore this. It is your job to address this. This is what Ifa says. And I remember after he gave me that reading, I went to go see one of my cousins that I lived with. My cousin John was the oldest of my Uncle Nigel's 3 kids. I went to see my cousin John, and I was with the Babalao. We were engaged at the time. I was like, I want you to meet my people now. And we were over at my cousin John's house having dinner, and I'm talking to John about this reading that I had just gotten from my fiance about. I was like, you know any old women? He was like, Cassandra, are you serious? This is my cousin. He's like, Cassandra, are you serious? I was like, yeah. He was like, yo, Grandma Helen still lives in California. And instantly, I knew that's who it was. That because of these stories that my dad and my uncles had told all of us, all the kids, consistently about my grandmother Helen, about their life with my grandmother Helen, that the entire family had chopped her off the family tree, completely heaved her off the family tree. I told you the last time I saw her, I was 7, 8 years old. So he tells me in this reading, it's the only hope. It's the only way forward. Is you have to do this. You're the only one in your family with the information to know to do this. That's why I came to California. That is why I got in my car and drove across country. was to, I wrote my great aunt, my grandmother's youngest sister, I wrote her a letter. No, I wrote my grandmother a letter. My grandmother is in a nursing home. I wrote my grandmother a letter and I mailed it to my great aunt Mary and asked my great aunt Mary if she would read the letter to my grandmother to see if my grandmother would be willing to talk to me, right? And I wrote her this letter explaining to her how I wanted to assume the responsibility for apologizing for everyone in our family who had abandoned her, who had, in our abandonment of her, mistreated her and broken her heart, right? My Aunt Mary calls me in tears and invites me to come to California and stay with her for a couple of weeks because she and my other Aunt Wanda, I told you, wherever one of them went, the three of them went. These three witches, these Ajay, these matriarchs, the only matriarchs left in either of my family lines. These three witches live a couple of hours north of here. This is where I went to. My Aunt Mary, my Aunt Wanda, and then my grandmother, who is the oldest of the three. So I went out there. I came out here, right? That's how I found out about my dad's gravesite, by the way, was I had the city, because I went to go visit my father's grave. I had not been back to my father's grave since we buried him when I was 17. And so I went to Gulfport. I took the scenic route, went to Gulfport to go visit my father's grave and my Uncle Nigel's grave. And that's when we found out that the city had never restored the public graveyard after, was it Katrina? It was Katrina. After Katrina, the city had never restored the public graveyard. And so there was no way, they didn't have markers or anything. There was no way to locate my dad's grave. To this day, I keep in touch with my aunt Kendra. To this day, they have not restored that graveyard, and the funeral home that is tied to the city no longer has the grid maps of the graveyard, right? So that was futile, trying to go to my grandfather's grave. I mean, my dad's grave, because I had actually gone to get another reading before I got on the road from Chief Olaitan, who was living at the time in Oyotunji African village. And he told me, he was the one that said, you have to find the graves of your father and your uncles. That's what he told me before I got on the road. I didn't tell him anything about the mission for my road trip was to go restore this relationship with my grandmother, my last living grandparent. It was just crazy, the whole trip. So anyway, I get out here. The first day I go to see my grandmother at the nursing home, y'all. My Aunt Wanda comes, who at the time, I think she was 86. And my Aunt Mary came. She at the time, she was 84, right? And mind you, this is the first time I am meeting my two great aunts, my grandmother's sisters. And this is the first time I am seeing my grandmother's face in more than 30 years. This day, this first day I get to California, this first day that I go to visit my grandmother at this nursing home. And they were already there waiting for me. When I walked in the room, my Aunt Mary put her hand over her mouth. She was like, "Oh my God, you look just like him." The whole time I was meeting all this family, all this extended family I did not know, never met. All of them were doing the same thing. Cousins I'd never met, uncles, aunts I'd never met. Oh my God, you look just like. There were women moved to tears. I'm gonna have to show you a picture of my father. Let me grab this picture. When I was a child, I used to get so angry. I love my dad. My dad was my best friend. You understand? We was thick as thieves. But I used to get so mad everywhere we would go. People would say all the time, "Child, you look just like Stephen Ray Floyd." Like he literally could have just hawked up a loogie and there you are. literally looked just like Stephen Ray Floyd. When I became an adult, the first time I shaved my head bald, my grandpa, my mom's dad, my grandpa said, girl, when he saw my head bald, he was like, all you need is a mustache and you could pass for your father. People would think you were him. We look just alike, right? So I'm meeting all this family, meeting all these people. That is their immediate response. That is their immediate response. Oh my God. Oh my God, you look just like him. Story about my dad. My dad was the baby, but my dad was the glue that held our family together. My dad was so outgoing, so charismatic, so fun, so energetic, so upbeat, so charismatic, right? Every barbecue, every birthday party, everything we did, my dad orchestrated that. My dad facilitated that. Our family fell apart after my dad died. We fell apart. Some of my people them I ain't seen in 30 years. No, 25. Yeah, almost 30 years. Some of my people I ain't seen in 25 years. 30 years. Shit, I graduated high school 30 years ago. Yeah. And so this is my dad. This is my dad, my dad's brothers, and there's a picture of my grandpa Faye in here. That's my dad. The big picture. That's my dad. The small picture on the corner is my dad playing bass. My dad was a bass player. The picture of the middle, the little skinny picture here of the good looking dude with his arms folded. I'll show y'all first. Right there, the good looking dude with his arms folded, all the muscles. That's my grandpa Faye when he was in the military. That's my grandpa Faye when he was in the military. That's my dad and his brothers when they were young men, like teenagers, right there. And my grandpa Faye at the bottom. This is my people, right? And so let me tell you what happened when I went to see my grandmother. After the initial shock of seeing my face, and I look just like Stephen Ray Floyd. Like I look just like him. So after they see me and they get over the initial shock of seeing me, they're talking, they're all catty. This is my first time meeting these women. And they're talking about something and they nitpick. They like argue like sisters do over little stuff. They're like, girl, right? And then my Aunt Mary says something to the effect of, you remember when you was following behind that crazy cult? I said, what? She's like, yeah, girl, your grandmama used to be in this crazy ass cult. I said, what? She said, yeah, that's how your dad and them ended up in Alabama. I said, wait, what? So all these years, my whole childhood, I'd known the story of how my mother and her family ended up in Alabama. That my grandma, my big mama, my mom's mom, learned about this end of the world cult. This white boy had got a vision from God that Jesus was coming back for the church, that the rapture was about to happen, and that if you wanted to be caught up in the rapture, you had to leave your worldly possessions and move to Edwin, Alabama. And primarily working class and poor black people and poor white people dropped their shit, left their belongings, and moved to Edwin, Alabama to follow behind this church. I always knew that story of how my big mama and her kids ended up in Alabama. My big papa didn't come. My big papa built the house that they grew up, that, she raised her kids in with his bare hands. Him and his brothers built that house. And he was like, okay, well, when you come to your senses, I'll be right here waiting for y'all, but I'm not leaving my shit. I'm not gone. I'm not going. We always grew up knowing this story. And that was like the perpetual rift between my big mama and my grandpa, was that she left and took all 8 of her kids to the middle of nowhere, Alabama, suffering and damn near starving, to follow behind this church. And then eventually came back, but it forever changed their relationship, right? They stayed married, but it forever changed their relationship. I'm in this nursing home room, and my Aunt Mary says, yeah, girl, you remember that crazy cult you used to follow behind? And I said, wait, what? Because I didn't know the story of how my parents met. I didn't know the story of how my dad was in Alabama. I didn't know. we had never been told that story because we chopped half our goddamn family tree off, right? And baby, in that room, my Aunt Mary told the exact same story to the letter that I grew up understanding about my mother's side of the family. How my grandma Helen found David Terrell, took her 4 sons, left my grandpa Faye in the house that he and his brothers had built to go follow behind this cult. And he said, I'll be here when y'all get back. The same identical story of 2 families that did not have a relationship ending up in Edwin, Alabama. My dad and my mother were born less than 24 hours apart in the same hospital. My mother's birthday is on the 24th of July. My dad's birthday is on the 23rd of July. They were both born in the same hospital in New Orleans and never met till both they mamas left both they daddies to follow behind a Christian end of the world cult. That's how my parents met. So I'm processing all of this now as a devotee of Ifa, instead of evading my family past, instead of avoiding my family past, leaning both feet forward into it so I can try to make some sense of the madness that has defined not only my life, but me, my sister, all my first cousins, who all prematurely buried our fathers, who were good men, worked, took care of their families. They had afflictions like all men do. They gorgeous men, so they played the field. They did dirt. But overall, what you want to call a good man, they built 3 houses with their own hands. My father built a goddamn whole community, a community-centered apartment complex that's still standing in Mississippi right now. You feel me? So anyway, processing all this, listening to this story, because this was like this was in the first 20 minutes of me being there. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Oh my God, how did this happen? And I didn't know all these years, right? And yeah. And the problem was, it continues to be, that my grandmother has Alzheimer's. And so some days she does not remember me. It's been a long time since I saw her, honestly. I need to go see her. But it's been a long time but when I go, sometimes she remembers me, sometimes she doesn't. I'll usually go and I'll take something to read to her. She loves for me to read to her. And she, but the problem is this: my Uncle Michael died out here trying to do what I was doing. My Uncle Mike came out here to try to restore a relationship with my grandmother, Helen. And he died out here. And we don't know where he is. And my grandmother can't tell us because she has Alzheimer's. So that has been like a gaping wound in our family because we don't know the circumstances of his death. All we know is he was in California when he died. My cousins, who are his children, we were the closest to them. You know, it is like this missing thing in their life has plagued their whole life. My cousin Leah was in Germany, stationed in Germany. Nobody even called her to tell her that my Uncle Mike had died. My Uncle Mike had been dead a year before she found out. This has been this gaping wound in our family. And so I came out here trying to do multiple things, trying to figure out where my Uncle Mike is. You know, what happened to him? How did he die? Right? All this stuff. I'm telling y'all this. I don't even remember. Oh, I remember how I got here on this long story, but I needed to share the story. I've never talked about this like out loud. That I come from a line of extraordinary people. When I met my aunts, my grandmother's sisters, when I met my Aunt Mary and I met my Aunt Wanda and I went to their homes, y'all, these 3 women have always been extremely devout Christian women. My Aunt Mary is a Jehovah's Witness, like at her age, still door knocking, the whole 9. You feel me? My Aunt Wanda, I don't know what her Christianity is, but devout. And my grandmother Helen, I think she still subscribes to holiness. Feel me? But all she talks about is God. All she talks about, even when she, like when I come to visit her, even if she doesn't remember who I am, and I read to her, you know, she'll just say over and over and over, I give God the glory. I give God the glory. Thank you for coming. I give God the glory. I give over and over and over again, right? I go to these women's houses, y'all. Now, mind you, when we were growing up, my dad and our uncles always used to tell us Grandma Helen is a witch. She can see things before they happen. She sees things, right? Fast forward 30 plus years, right? I go to these women's houses who I've never met, my grandmother's sisters. All of them. My Aunt Wanda in particular. I went into her house and I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Her obsession is owls. All three of them, their favorite color is a burgundy version of purple, like that kind of deep wine, almost like eggplant color. All three of them, that's their favorite color. The majority of their clothes, the majority of their interior designing this color or some version of this color. My Aunt Wanda has owls everywhere. There must have been 50 something owls in her house. She had on the little cabinets, how you can replace the little doorknobs on the cabinets. She had little decorative owls on the cabinets of her house, of her cabinets, right? So here I am. Now, let me tell you about my mom and them family. I always felt like the black sheep of my mother's family. I love my mother's family. We had good times together. I love my cousin them. I love my people them. I talk about them all the time. This is predominantly who I spent my childhood with, is my mother's side of the family. My first cousins on my mother's side of the family, so on and so forth. I love them, but I always knew I was the oddball out, and everybody, even they treated me like I was the oddball out, but never maliciously. You feel me? They were never mean about it. They would just, I was always the weirdo. I was always the weird one, the extremely weird one. There was not a single, to this day, there was never a single parent, a single person on my mother's side of the family that I could look to, like anybody older than me, that I could look to as an explanation for my oddity in the family. Like, oh, that's where I get it. That's where I get it from. That's where it comes from. You talking about a big ass family, okay? My grandmother was one of 24. My grandmother was one of 24 children. Right? My grandfather was one of 12. My mom was one of 8, technically 9, but doctors killed my first uncle, my Uncle Joe. So my mother was one of 8, officially 9. My Uncle Joe went to term, a healthy pregnancy. It was the first time, well, he was the oldest. My grandmother went to a hospital to have him in Mississippi. And in the process of birthing him, the doctors broke his neck, killed him instantly. And so from that day on, from that time on, my big mama had all her babies at home, midwives, right? So my mother was one of 9. And of those 9, I have 24 first cousins on my mama's side. We got a big ass family, okay? And of that family, I never saw an inkling in any of them of where my weirdness comes from, of where my oddities come from. And they made it clear that I was odd, that there was something special about Cassandra, right? So fast forward 30 something years, and I go to see my grandmother for the first time in 30 years. And I walk into this room with her sisters and then go to their homes, their personal spaces, and walk into their house. And instantly, my whole life made sense. That if I had known them, if I had had a relationship with this side of my family tree, the isolation that I felt as a child, as a teenager, wouldn't have been an issue. When I tell you, I instantly understood every weird thing. Some of the things these women are Christians, And some of the shit that they would say, I was like, these women witches. These women are witches. But the only frame of reference and language through which they channel that power is Christianity. Child, these women is witches. They are the Ajay personified. You understand? And so I came out here and had this experience and ended up making California home. And all of that was just me. That was a digression, a huge, long digression to share that part of my life with you guys that I've never shared completely. But meeting them instantly made sense. When that Babalawo, my ex-fiance, told me that there is a woman, that's what I'm going back to, that there is a woman, there is an elder woman in your family that in her grief and in her hurt and in her pain is speaking spells over the life of your whole family. This is, I am convinced, I am certain as I am talking to you, that this is why, and I'm going to read to you why, that this is why my father and my uncles, all of whom I loved so much, we had such a close family, even though it's only in hindsight that I realized that we were poor, like Southern poor, like abjectly poor. My childhood was so fun. It was so big. It was, we loved each other. And it wasn't until Ifa gave me a language to process this unprocessed shit. It gave me a frame of reference Christianity never could, never intended to. It intended to keep you in the dark. You understand that I recognized when this man, who I had been engaged to, told me, there is an elder woman in your life who has been speaking spells over your family. She's not doing it consciously. She's not even doing it maliciously. She has been speaking spells out of a broken heart, out of grief. And the shit that has happened to you and your family will not end until this is resolved. I knew instantly why my father and my uncles died. Why, despite the fact that they were good men, humanitarians, doing so much good for so many people, died violently. Why each one of them never lived to see the age of 45 years old. I understood right away. Ifa gave me the ability to understand what there was otherwise no explanation for, right? And why so many of my cousins on my father's side had been institutionalized for mental illness, for schizophrenia, for nervous breakdowns. I have a cousin who's my age, he's young, who has been on disability for years because of multiple breakdowns. A veteran, right? And so when I read this tonight about the device, and I'm gonna open back up the screen. When I read this tonight, because I've read about the Iyami, but there's so much to read. I just, stuck with the takeaways, if you will. You feel me? But I go back to study about the Iyami tonight after having a dream on the couch today after a nap about my childhood home that my father and my uncles built from the ground up. Seeing this slow moving, wildly destructive tornado of fire from our backyard of this childhood home. Child, look. And I get it. There are scientists among you. You feel me? There are people who do not believe in, quote, ooga booga or that spiritual stuff. My life, and I'm a scientist, my life is a testament that there is something more unfolding around us all the time that we are not conscious of, especially if we do not get in this work, if we do not dig deep into who we are. Just having the information about half my family tree that I didn't have access to for 30 years. And in an instant, my whole life made sense. In an instant. It transformed my whole life. That instant had an impact not only on the present, on the last 30 something years of my life. The ricochet effect of this, right? So let's see. We were talking about, and the reason I got on that whole story, sharing that with you guys, is we were talking about the very first method of the devices that can be used by the Iyami Age, those who inherently incarnate with the power of the Age because they have uteruses in their body. All uterus carrying people have the power of Age. You understand? Black uterus holding humans have the most powerful expression of the Age, which is Ashe, right? And so this first thing, when it's talking about the potent power of the tongue, the importance of, remember when I did the reading for you guys, and I ain't even gonna go there because let me tell you, I'm gonna get there. The power of the tongue and how we direct that energy. Sometimes we direct it aimlessly and thoughtlessly, but it still has an impact. It still does damage. This is what this is talking about. When it says that the agogo enu, the potent tongue power, which is one of the methods used by the Iyami spiritually to bring down anyone who crosses their paths, is the habit of consistently referring to the wrong the person has done to them. Listen, to consistently refer to the wrong that's been done by them by someone, even after the person has begged and apologized and sought their forgiveness. The witches will never stop recalling this incident, which in most cases can put his or her victims in jeopardy in society, right? That's why I had to tell y'all that story. That this priest told me that someone in your family, a very powerful someone in your family, has been speaking spells for years over your life out of betrayal and being brokenhearted, betrayed by her sons. Subsequently, because we adhere to our father's explanation of who she was, subsequently betrayed by her grandchildren, subsequently betrayed by her great-grandchildren. I took my whole family out there. It wasn't just me. It was me, my daughter, and my first grandchild, my granddaughter, who went to go see my grandmother. My daughter and my granddaughter were the first of her grandchildren, of the first of her great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren she had met. When I say all of us had completely axed her off, her existence off our family tree, and cannot figure out why our lives have been plagued with madness. That happened. You understand? This thing here, and what I told you about that Babalawo in the first place. He said women in their righteous rage, he said, because their sons had been spitting bullshit out in the ethos for 50 years. Here you got all of a sudden, black men ain't crooning no more. They ain't singing love songs no more. They ain't like Luther Vandross. They ain't like Stevie Wonder. They ain't crooning no more, uplifting the image of black women. All of a sudden, a whole 50 years of music is defined by aggressions against black women. And he said, in their righteous response to this shit, women have been speaking spells over the whole community in their hurt, in their rage. You feel me? And then that's how the story of my grandmother came to be, right? And so this is really talking about being mindful of how you use your tongue, being mindful of what you speak, recognizing that there is an impact tied to the end of what you say. Isn't that what I'm telling y'all all the time? Isn't that why I say that in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, we don't pray, we conspire? We don't pray, we don't beg, we don't plead, please, please. We don't do that. We conspire, because to conspire is to ensure a definitive response, a definitive outcome. This is what the tradition teaches us, right? And that's why I had to take that long detour down memory lane to talk to you about it, because it has shown itself over and over and over again in my life in a very real way. The next device that the Iyami use in the accomplishment of their mission. Let me say one more thing about the power of the tongue, y'all. Let me tell y'all one more thing. Because if you out here doing work, if you out here doing ritual, if you out here doing ceremony, if you out here call yourself praying, meditating, doing manifestations and affirmations and all of this shit, and in those acts, they do not always center the good of the whole. Yes, I pray for myself. Yes, I conspire on my behalf. Yes, I do manifestations. I want my bills paid. You feel me? I want to live a comfortable life. I want to be a globe trotter. I want to see every square inch of the planet. But I always stage in the center of everything that I do, especially when my mouth is involved, the good of the whole. Because those things that I want for myself aren't going to do me any good if I'm still surrounded by suffering. They ain't going to do me no good. They ain't going to make me happy. They are not going to fill my life with pleasure if I am still floating in a sea of suffering. This is the work. This is what it means to conspire on behalf of the whole. And not just conspire on behalf of the whole, but simultaneously use this ancient witch power to do what? To punish justly those who commit aggressions against the Age. Simultaneously, because the Age, yes, they're the punishers, but guess what else? They govern wealth and prosperity. That's what they do. And if you look at the figureheads of the Age, which is Yemaya, Oya, and Oshun, all three of them govern abundance, wealth beyond imagination, limitless, success, limitless. All three of them personify that, govern that. So here they are, both the mothers who want you to be well, who want you to be prosperous, who want you to be abundant, but they are also the punishers. So we pray, we conspire that way, right? We say, okay, at the same time that I am asking for wealth and abundance, you understand, health, healing, normalcy for myself, placing in the center the good of the whole. What I want for myself, I want for everyone on earth to be well, to be whole, to be sovereign, to be safe. And simultaneously, while I'm praying for the good of the whole, I am praying for the absolute total destruction of those that make it impossible. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And guess what? That end is just, because what did we say in the beginning? The power of the Age as the punishers of this entire realm. Earth is the domain of the Age. They are the punishers of this realm. That punishing power was gifted to them by the great God in heaven, by the one creator of the entire universe. So even when you get appalled, when you hear people talking about black magic and evil and all of that shit, it is to keep you away from the just retribution that comes from the hands of the mothers. It is to terrorize you away from those mysteries that can ensure a balancing of the scales of justice. That's what it's for. You shy away. I just told y'all not too long ago about this movie I saw. What was it? Hellboy, the one about the blood witch. The blood witch, even when you watch it, now that you know about who Ajay Pupa is, the red witch. Now go and watch Hellboy, the blood witch. What did she say when she partnered with Hellboy? She said, these people have kept you away from your true power and destiny. She said, when we become one, we will create a new heaven on earth. That's what she said. That's what she said. That's a quote, by the way. She said, we will create a new heaven on earth, the blood witch. She said, but we got to lay waste to everybody who is created what is. She said, the only way to reseed the earth is to lay waste to every criminal who has created what is. Now, you understand? So part of the weapons afforded, the punishing power afforded to the Aj is the potent power of the tongue that is recognized by every tradition on earth. You feel me? The next device, Ofa Ajatita, means shooting Iyami, witches, arrows. This is why I paused. Remember, I'm always doing these readings for y'all. You feel me? Let me tell you about how spirit works. I'm always doing these readings for y'all from my beautiful deck. The deck was written and developed by a white woman. And you can see that in the images, right? I still love the deck because the deck is, everything is purposeful, right? And so I'm always reading from this deck for you guys. And I'm always telling you that one of the cards that most consistently shows up in our spreads, the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, the card that most frequently shows up in every pull I do damn near, right? Let's see if I can find it real quick. This one for so. There's two of them. Not that one, but that was one of the ones. She coming. I hope y'all can walk with me. I hope y'all can tie together see the image from what I am weaving. Okay? See the image from what I am weaving. How have I lost this card again? Damn. I do not know why this card keeps escaping me. It's so weird. I don't have it. So I'm going to just have to tell you. But it is, I'll show you the other cards because they're all arrows cards. Remember, I'm saying, damn, every time I pull a spread for us, our spread is heavy with arrows cards. The arrows being synonymous with the swords of the traditional deck. How is this card missing again? Child, I couldn't do readings for almost a month because I was missing this card. The herald of brave new thought. The brave herald of new thought. The brave herald of new thought. Remember, it's the picture of the Black woman in gold, dressed in gold, pointing the way to the future, which is indicated by the phoenix rising out of the sun. Here it is. The phoenix rising out of the sun, and her student is a young white child with the arrow and the crossbow in his hand. She's pointing the way and he's executing the vision. This card right here. You feel me? This card right here. This card right here. Let me see if y'all can see this over here. Can y'all see me? Oh, let's see. Let me, boy. This card right here. Brave Herald of New Thought. But the arrows in this deck, all of the arrows center this Black woman. It's the only cards that she's in, this Black woman. See how the world of people, all these different cultures, all these different ages, all these different people, but she is the one. See the 7 stars on top of her head? See the 7 stars surrounding her head? She is surrounded by the cultures of the world, but they on board with her vision. They are supporting her mission. They are protecting her from the arrows that come from those who plot against her. Every card, remember the harvest lodge of the arrows? Here she is again, pointing to this brilliant future that we all have in store while they support her vision. They sit at her feet, not as servants. They support, they uphold, they lend to this vision that they are certain is to unfold. This is what happens. Here she is, the arrows, the governess of the arrows. Here we are tonight. I'm always talking about how, man, it is deep. Like, Spirit's got something to say to us about these arrows, because what did I say the arrows were? In this deck, the arrows is an analogy for the power of our tongue, for the power of our words, how we direct them, how we use them, what our heart is. What our heart is meditating on will determine the impact of the arrow. Is the arrow going to have a deadly impact, a benevolent impact, or is it going to have a malevolent impact that impacts the world? that has an impact on the world, that has an impact on the future. That's determined by our heart. That is impacted by where we are, what our integrity is, right? So here we are tonight talking about the Iyami, Ajay, the punishing aspect of the mothers, right? And so this says, Ofa Ajay Tita, the shooting Iyami witches' arrows. The witches can shoot their spiritual arrows from the spiritual realm, and it will hit their targets physically. Most often, they usually shoot the arrow against their victims for dreams. In most cases, it leads to physical sickness in real life, right? That's deep. This is the punishing aspect of the mothers. And when I say the mothers, for people who are still not following, the mothers is considered a collective entity. The Iyami Ajay, even though it has a figurehead of these three witches, the Iyami period, the Iyami is the collective embodiment, the singular collective embodiment of the mothers, the celestial mothers, the ancestral mothers, the mothers that exist now, and the mothers to come, potential mothers. That's what it means. Okay. So this is the punishing aspect of that collective entity. Omusu, Ajay means, y'all ain't ready, means the spiritual vaginal power of women. Omusu Ajay is the spiritual vaginal power of women. This power, now this is a man who has written this summation. Okay, this is a Babalawo who has written this summation, because you can, when I read it to you, you can tell that it is biased. So I'm going to read something else to you about this energy. This power of Iyami Ajay resides in all women. Women do not need to be initiated or inherit Iyami energy before she can invoke and use this power. But this power is only applicable to the man who have sexual intercourse with these women or children born from these women vaginally. If during sexual intercourse or in an attempt to have sex with a woman, one makes some, listen, y'all, if during sexual intercourse or in an attempt to have sex with a woman, one makes sweet promises and fails to abide by his promise or to fulfill them, the woman can invoke this power to curse him by tapping her vagina, demanding all that she wants. This is a very dangerous act of invoking the sexual power driven from deep within. I reject that last statement. But what I tried to find the actual book, but I couldn't find it, but I did take notes from it. There is a book that I've talked to you guys before called Oshun Across the Waters. And let's see. Oh, I think it's on the other page. Hold on. This is a quote from Oshun Across the Waters, and it's talking about the hidden power of women. Egun refers to the concealed. So in Ifa, we typically think about the Egun as the ancestors, as the collective power, spiritual power of our ancestors. That's why we venerate ancestors. That's why we worship ancestors, is because they have a foot in the terrestrial realm and the ancestral realm, they can actually make moves on our behalf, right? This is the concealed power. We always refer to the Egun as ancestors, but in pre-colonial practice of Ifa, it says this: Egun refers to the concealed powers of the ancestors, but may have originally belonged to women. Egun is also used as a euphemism for female genitalia because they are hidden. The clitoris, in particular, is traditionally regarded as possessing concealed power, which women can use to accomplish whatever they desire. Is this, and then I wrote as a note, is this power and this understanding the basis and the origin of the practice of female genital mutilation, which is to destroy and deny women access to this power? right? So that's what Oshun had to say about that, right? Now, why is that important? Because we've been talking about it, and I've been hearing the narrative increasing, and it's probably been why I've been so resistant to it, right? Is that the only solution that women can come to, with as messed up as the world is, right, is to become celibate. And I think that reading this as many years ago as I did is why I've been so resistant to concede that that's the only solution, because I know that there has been a historical attack and assault on female sexuality. It was the first assault made on females in the growing of patriarchy, was the assault on female sexuality. And what did Barbara Moore say? That scientifically, the clitoris is the trigger organ for human evolution. The clitoris was the singular trigger organ that was the singular organ that triggered human evolution, the clitoris. And that human females are the only organism on Earth who have a sexual organ whose only purpose is for erotic stimulation and release. Only human females have clitorises. No other mammals, no other organism on Earth have an organ solely designated for erotic stimulation and release. And according to, certain scientific evolutionary theory, that it is the development of the female clitoris that sparked human evolution, turning females from estrus cycle humans to lunar cycle, menstrual cycle humans. You feel me? Anyway, I digress. I don't digress. This is scientifically what this mythology is talking about, is the concealed power of the vagina, of the female reproductive system. And tapping into that power gives them the ability to create, to manifest anything. And why is that hard to believe? Why is that hard to believe? Why would that be hard to believe? Like, we can create a whole human out of mere abstraction. Why couldn't we create anything else? Why couldn't we manifest anything else through tapping vaginal power? So that's why, even though I had gone through my little 1.5-year stint of deliberate celibacy, it was not willing. I did it because I needed to, but it's not something that I am naturally inclined to want to do. I hear a lot of women telling these stories about, fuck man, I'm never having sex. Okay, whatever, right? But anyway, so I digress. But there is the reason, right? And I have some deeper theories about that. We'll probably have to discuss on another day. I'll probably have to do just a whole video on that. But there's some theories that I have about this that I haven't read, but this is my brain working. You feel me? Okay. The next thing is Igba Iwa, sacred calabash. As explained earlier, the symbol of Iyami Aje, witch's power, is represented by birds. Okay, so y'all know how, like, in Kemetic tradition, I'm working on something else with this too. Y'all know in Kemetic tradition, like, once a person becomes pharaoh, right? He has, quote, arrived at a certain level of power. Like, his head adornment features a serpent that comes out, seemingly out of his third eye, right? Like, that's common motif. Serpent symbolism everywhere throughout Kemet as the symbol of rising consciousness, enlightenment, right? In Ifa tradition, it is the bird. So when you look at kings, when you look at certain priests, instead of it being a serpent that comes out of their crown or their head adornment, it will be the symbols of birds throughout Yoruba culture, right? So this is what it's referring to. Igba Iwa, as explained earlier, the symbol of the Iyami Aje, witch's power, is represented by birds. Anybody who has initiated or inherited membership of Iyami cult has a bird. It is through this bird that this person who owns it can go to Udi, where the witches meet, or carry out missions, whether good or bad. The bird can return to his Igba after accomplishing the aim. This is talking about the use of the calabash to control birds, to get birds to do your bidding. Okay. Awopa Aje is, listen, y'all. Awopa Aje is the killer gaze. The killer gaze. This, now, Ifa, based on who you ask, is anywhere from the practice of Ifa, anywhere from 3,000 to 6,000 years old. Okay. So when we look at culture and we have these cultural norms, but we don't know where the origin of them come from, it's so fascinating to me how you will learn shit and you'll be like, oh my God, this must be where this comes from. The killer gaze as a method or an instrument used by the Iyami Aje. If a woman has spiritual power of Iyami, the witches, she can stare at anybody and use her energy to penetrate the whole body system of the person and order the person to do what she wants, or to see the future of that person and change it for good or bad, or cause the person sickness of any type. Now, when we read the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, she talks about the killer gaze too in the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. We say it all the time. If looks could kill, shooting daggers out your eyes. Mama didn't have to say a word. All she had to do was give me the stare. And I would comply. I knew I was fucking up, right? This, to me, may be the origin of this philosophy about how your mama can stare at you in a certain way, and you know exactly what she's saying without her opening her mouth, and you do what it is you know you were supposed to do, or whatever. Anyway, so yeah, that's called Awopa Aje, the killer gaze. Ashe, which we talked about, but to be specific, Ashe means the do as I say power. The do as I say power. This is a natural power given by Olodumare, the great God in heaven, to them from heaven. But excessive use of it can make Olodumare withdraw it from witches in most cases. So if witches lose her power, she will confess all her past evil deeds, and that is the end of her power, because she will not be readmitted into the cult group. Take that with a grain of salt. Personally, that's my personal opinion. I ain't no priest, so whatever. You feel me? And that ends that aspect of the discussion, the devices used by the Iyami, right? Now, the Iyami, so we're going to talk just briefly, because I spent a lot more time talking about, my life and shit than I intended to. But the Iyami, there was a reason that I mentioned in Kemetic tradition, you have the serpent that comes from the third eye. And in the Ifa tradition, typically it's a bird that represents the same kind of powers bestowed by the mothers. The reason I tried to find it, but I couldn't before I got on this call. But there's a section in the Great Cosmic Mother where she talks about the historical relationship between the snake and the bird, right? It's replete throughout every society. In Mayan culture, in African culture, the serpent and the bird being intimately related, and both being symbols of the mother, of the divine mother, right? And so I tried to find it. I couldn't find it. Girl, ooh, now you don't want me to hold you, but you're trying to be all up in the stuff. Damn. So you can sit there, but you can't be all up in my stuff. Okay. All right. So anyway, I'm gonna stop sharing that. That was all I wanted to read from that. Okay, so I'm gonna take a brief pause and just kind of read through some of y'all comments, because I've been talking a long time without saying nothing. I appreciate everybody who made donations. Thank you, Samara. Thank you, Brooklyn native. Yes, come on in the room. Okay. All right. I need the spelling. The captions are not working. Okay. So let me just type that in the comment section. I'm saying Iyami. Iyami. Next word, Aje. Iyami Aj. You can either Google that, or you can Google Osoronga. Iyami Osoronga Aj. There you go. It's in the comment section. Okay. Let's see. My mother is like that too. Okay, so it's probably something I'm gonna have stop, girl. It's probably something I'm gonna have to do as a like a live, because I have for years, because of this tendency in my family, have been watching more and more documentaries and videos about schizophrenia, especially in the Black community. Black people, Black males in particular, are the most likely of every group in this country to be diagnosed with schizophrenia. And, that's purposefully. Okay, girl, you like in the way. Watch out. There you go. And boy, you doing too much too. So it's probably something I will need to do to address, because there are cultures. There have been relatively recently, over the last decade, documentaries made by psychologists who have been looking for alternative ways to treat schizophrenics. And they have been taking them to ceremony in South America, in West Africa, to do plant medicine ceremony, and have been having miraculous. Girl, stop. Hey, do you want to get down? Then stop. Miraculous results through cultural ceremonies, right? And the reason why is because in a lot of traditional cultures, people who suffer from mental illness, especially schizophrenia, like hallucinations, delusions, especially schizophrenia, prior to the advent of Western colonial medicine, right? These people were treated differently. They were typically cared for and treated as seers, diviners, people who had a closer relationship to the spiritual realm. And so these psychologists, a whole group of psychologists, started taking patients, especially to West Africa, to participate in plant medicine ceremony, and have been having miraculous results with these diagnosed schizophrenics. So anyway, that might be something that we need to like dig into. I wonder why and how that happens, that children be in the mother for 9 months and come out looking like their dad, like everything they built in their body from their mother's body. Yes, well, y'all saw the picture. Like when I was bald headed, it was way more deep. Like when I was perpetually wearing my head bald, like, yes. Yes. I'm just trying to read through some of your comments. Let's see. Subconsciously, can you subconsciously do spells and rituals as a Christian without that bloodline? Hoodoo is explained as what you are saying. What is hoodoo? Like both sides of my family come from New Orleans, right? And even though both sides of my family were hardcore Christians, their whole upbringing was surrounded by that culture, was hoodoo and voodoo culture in New Orleans, right? And so that's what I'm saying. Even as a Christian child, you are a witch. Remember I told y'all the story about my aunt coming here to pick up my grandkids a couple of years ago when I got sick. And for the first time in the years that I've been in my apartment, I was spiritually attacked. I was sick as a dog. I had double pneumonia and emphysema. So they came down from Bakersville to pick up my grandkids for a couple of days while I tried to self-recover, right? And my aunt is a hardcore Christian. And They were only here a few hours, but every few minutes she was going in the bathroom. I was like, okay, maybe she's just old. She got a weak bladder or whatever. I still took a mental note of it, but I was like, okay, whatever. I pack up the babies, they leave. And I instantly went to bed and passed into a coma. And when I woke up, I felt the weight of a man on my body. I was sleeping on my side. So it was like I was mounted, like if a man would like straddle you, but his arm was on my face, so I couldn't turn around and look. And I was still in that place between sleep and wake. And I was like, groggy, like, what the fuck? And I realized I couldn't move my head. And so immediately I felt terrified. I have a bad habit. I won't say that out loud, but I felt terrified. I was like, damn, did somebody break into the house while I was asleep? When I finally look over and see that there was nobody on me, I'm telling you, I was physically pinned down, y'all. I was physically pinned down. And when I looked and saw that there was nobody in the room with me, that fear was instantly transformed into rage. I immediately knew what happened. This was 3:00 in the morning, and I got up cussing like a sailor because I knew that this woman had been in my bathroom praying, because I saw her face when she walked in my house and saw my wall-size ancestral shrine and all my witchy shit all over the place. The same thing that always happens when one of my family members come visit. They do that little, try to put the blinders on so they don't see what's in my house. You feel me? And so she was going in that bathroom casting spells. All those years, I had convinced myself Jesus ain't real. Jesus never existed. Blah 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 blah. Jesus is a allegory for an astrological event. Blah blah blah. That is all true. The problem was that I was making light of the fact that Jesus is the image through which all of these colored witches around the world are focusing their power. Jesus is the image that they're meditating on. Jesus is the image that they're spell casting with. They're all witches. But they meditate through a patriarchal image that channels and focuses their witch power. And so I finally had to have a conversation with my sister. I was like, don't pray for me. If you are not praying for me the way I pray for you, which is about protection, which is about health, which is about happiness, and so on and so forth, do not pray for me, because I know how Christians pray. Christians pray patriarchally. Lord, please help her see the way. Lord, please help her see the light. Lord, please let her come back into your loving embrace and shit. Please help her get her mind right. Please cast the devil out of her. It's always that opportunistic shit. And so this woman went in my bathroom, spell casting, because my place is sanctified. I've never had an adverse event in my home. All of a sudden, when I'm vulnerable, when I am weak, a goddamn entity comes into my house and mounts me. And I got up. And so when I say I do not pray, what y'all call praying, I pray like a sailor. I pray like a sailor. Not to motherfucking day. Not up in this house. Not the motherfucking day. Whoever you are, get the fuck out. I'm turning on all the lights. I'm beating the drum. I'm lighting the sage. I'm saging the place. Not in my motherfucking shit. You opportunist. You goddamn parasite. I ain't never had an adverse event from that day to this. So they are witches. I told you about what happened the first time I did psychedelics consciously, which was like 20 something years. And I took acid 3 days before my granddaughter was born. My first grandchild was born. And I told you what Oya said to me. She said, if you want to change the world rapidly and radically, rescue these witches out these goddamn churches. All this other shit you doing is cute. It's helpful. She said, but if you want to set this shit off, rescue these witches out of these fucking churches. That's what she said. They're all churches. They're all witches. They all hold the power to manifest in the material realm. What is the image? What is the object? What is the conduit through which they focus that power? Why is it that 85% of devout Catholics on earth are women of color? That's my position. I saw that on the Catholic News Network. 85% of devoutly practicing Catholics are women of color. That's what she was talking about. That these women under the direction of the Father God, have been spellcasting on the whole planet. I'm just telling you. Okay. And so, oh, that was in response to a question. Okay. Can you subconsciously do spells and rituals as a Christian? Absolutely yes. 10,000% yes. Absolutely yes. Thank you for sharing. I needed this today. Do you think they put roots on the men indirectly? You know, they may. I mean, women still have patriarchal minds. What I mean by patriarchal, I mean male-centered minds. The whole universe revolves around penises. And when we have that ingrained in our consciousness as women, we'll do evil shit. We'll do evil shit to women, especially. Probably more than men, actually. We'll do evil shit to women because our whole worldview centers around penises. Phallocentric worship, right? And so that's why we do dirt to women. That's why we plot and scheme against women. I was just watching this, what is it? Remember the movie Practical Magic? I just rewatched it because I love it. It was like a tradition with me and my mom. We would watch Practical Magic every year, right? But there was something that was always background noise, and it stood out this time, where there's a woman that came when the girls were little, when they were still little. They see a woman come knock on the aunt's door to pay them for a spell. And they were like, she hands them a picture of a man. And she's like, I just want him to love me. I want him to love me so much he can't stand it. And they were like, baby, he's married. She was like, I don't care. I don't care. That's the type of dirt we do. We as women do a lot of damage because we are witches. We are born witches. Ifa says women are born priests. That's what Ifa says. Women are born priests. And that if we were still involved in pre-patriarchal practice of Ifa, women would not need to be initiated. Women are born priests. You feel me? Women are witches. Whether they're willful witches or not, whether they're conscious witches or not, the power to manifest because they have a uterus, because they have a portal in their body, a goddamn open ass portal to the center of the universe. Women are witches. And unfortunately, the site and the object of most of our spell casting is doing dirt against other women. 99.9% of the time. 99.9% of the time, the object of our conscious or unconscious spell casting is women, is doing harm to women, is hurting women. That's what patriarchy causes. That's what patriarchy in your mind causes, right? So yes, they can put roots on men directly or indirectly. Yes. Bible says, children, honor your parents so your days that may be long on the earth. Speaking death over lives. My auntie told me I would be cursed because of an abortion, but she had one too. We have now, for you who said that, when you said your auntie, this is Conversations with AI, when you said your auntie told you would be cursed because you had an abortion, you guys all should go back to the video that I did on the mother's curse. It was some time back, maybe almost a year ago, like last summer. The whole piece that I did on the mother's curse, and if you're interested in where that came from, that is a reading from the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. So if you don't want to listen to the video, you just want to revisit the section. It's the section called The Mother's Curse in the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. It's deep, y'all. It's deep. One, it says, now listen, according to the mother's curse, right? There is on this planet, in this realm, this tradition that she's talking about says there is only one unforgivable crime. In the world, there's only one unforgivable crime, and that is matricide, the killing of one's mother. But if you take the Ifa understanding of what the Iyami is, everyone with a uterus is Ajay. Everyone that has the potential, whether they've given birth to children or not, whether they want to give birth to children or not, everyone that incarnates with a uterus is Age. They are representatives of the Iyami Age. So while she says the mother's curse, the one unforgivable crime is matricide, and you may say, okay, it is a person killing their individual mother, but could it also be a person who kills any representation of the mother, the collective energy of the Iyami? Okay. Anyway, that's what I was saying to you, conversations with AI about, your auntie telling you was cursed or whatever. And in contrast to that, it says in Encyclopedia of Missing Secrets that, I don't want to misquote, but it says, now I don't want y'all to take this the wrong way, but I'm going to read it, because somebody will take it the wrong way, even as I'm prefacing. Do not take it the wrong way. But in contrast to when it says that matricide is the only unforgivable sin, it also says, in contrast, where's that at? It also says, in contrast, that the only person on earth that has power over both life and death is the mother. And this is based on ancient tradition, right? That the only person on earth that has both power over life and death is the mother, right? Mothering. Where's that? Maybe it's under curse first. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. They had it backwards. Where is it? Oh, let me plug up my phone, because it's saying that my phone is about to die, and I don't want to lose y'all that are on IG, since y'all still all up in here. Obviously, you getting something from what I'm talking about. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, just as I plug it up, it's going to stop. Okay. All right. So according to the mother's curse, I probably won't even read this. Y'all can just go back and revisit it. But according to the mother's curse, the mother having the most powerful ashe, right? Even the Bible tell y'all this all the time. Even the Bible says that when Ruth had her first child, the first thing that she proclaimed to heaven was, my mouth is now enlarged over my enemies. My mouth is enlarged over my enemies, right? Okay. We have to be very careful in how we deal with our mother, and especially our mothers, especially, and fathers. Yes, they are human and make mistakes. I'm processing parental issues, making an honest effort. Mother Phoenix vision. Yeah, it's something that I talk about a lot, because, we out here afflicted. You know what I'm saying? But the thing that I keep reverting to is, can we give our mothers the same grace we've extended to a mythological God all these years? Even as our life is falling apart around us, we just extend grace to God. We just accept this the way it's supposed to be. Black women feeling betrayed by their men and sons. Taking notes. Can you make the screen bigger? Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I didn't even see all of these, because when I'm reading, I can't read from the screen. I actually have to read from the screen that it's on. So I didn't even see these comments coming through. The American Eagle, a bastardized version of the calabash. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. There's a whole workshop on that. Talk about it later. They can only they only listen when you seduce them. So what the fuck is celibacy? We shall see, child. We shall see. We shall see. Let's see. Very much needed this discussion. In your dream, you were scared, but when you woke, you were pissed. Let's see. Is it an accident you are speaking on the? It is an accident you were speaking on this right when I have revisited that video. My son has cancer, Granny, and his father has schizophrenia. His uncle has kids. So funny. So was diagnosed with it. He could be cured to be a spiritual exorcism. I'm watching the show Evil on Netflix that you recommended, and it is so good. Listen, that show is now the season that's currently running. It's a little lackluster for me. That first season though, that shit was off the chain. The little conspiracy theory about the map of sigils, Solomon's sigils, and how each of the sigils controls a demon, and each sigil represents like a coven that is governed by that particular demon, and how that shit is playing out in the real world. That first season was off the chain, baby. It kind of went, I'm still watching it, but it kind of went downhill. Because even in season two was dope, but it still wasn't season one. Season one was off the chain. So if you get the time to travel down another big wormhole, because there's a lot of like icky, deep, conspiratorial shit that plays out in this show that centers around the Catholic Church. It is about a Black guy who's becoming a priest. He's in seminary, and he is a assessor for the Catholic Church, and he recruits a scientific genius who was raised Muslim but is an atheist, because now his whole worldview is science. He's a genius. And then a woman who was raised Catholic but hates the church and is a psychologist. So the three of them go out and assess for the church if some disturbance that is reported to the church in need of exorcism is a psychological issue. Can it be explained scientifically, like mold in the air driving people crazy? Or is it something that actually requires an intervention by the church? It is deep. This dynamic between two atheists and this priest who hires them, and his own particular weird ass issues as a recovering sex addict, right? And who is now in seminary, you feel me? And then the Catholic Church itself and one of its secret organizations. The show is good. It's well written. Like I said, it's in season 3 now. Season 3, it's entertaining, but it's mediocre compared to that first season. They came out the gate swinging in that first season, right? Okay. My mom is a super Christian, which since I cut ties with her, she had been throwing roots at me. She definitely threw something at me over this Capricorn full moon. It cracked my windshield. Praying and speaking in songs. Into Siri, we picking up what you throwing down. Thank you, Tajali. My old Nigerian boss told me that the oldest woman in the family can call you home from anywhere in her world by using her breast. That's why it's important to breastfeed your babies. Wow. To have that connection. She also said they can curse you by showing you their breast. Okay, look. Now let me tell you, I did something about that, because in revolutionary history, this African kind of cultural norm, several of the most successful rebellions in Africa, South Africa, and in Nigeria, and one in Ghana, the women were able to make the opposition yield when they went into these demonstrations bare-breasted. This ancient cultural understanding that if a woman bears her breast, she's spell casting, right? So like there was a Just Google it. Google the women's wars, like in Nigeria. That was one of the bigger ones, right? Because that was within the last 100 years. That was not like ancient. That was within the last 100 years, and all the women showed up at the jail. These British like governors or whatever in Nigeria ended up arresting these people, was brutalizing these people in the prison, and the women surrounded the prison topless. Yep. Yes. Yes. Oh, you know what? I should write that down. Yes. I love the way you bring it together. A white woman and a black man and a Muslim man. It's deep, child. It's deep. It's deep, 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 deep. This show is something else. Let's see. What is the atonement? Okay, so the atonement, I'm assuming you're talking about like if a transgression has been committed, like how do you appease the Iyami? I'm gonna talk to y'all about that tonight. Like how you make offerings to them, when you make offerings to them, what you offer them, right? What you say, at least the way I was taught. Okay, because the website says a little stuff different. I'm gonna teach you the way I was taught. Okay, and then the last, I wrote matricide in my notes, but really I want to know about unforgivable acts or absolute law, because I'm looking for clarity into truth. If is do no harm and murder really bad, and does it depend? Okay, so that's one of the things I was telling y'all last night, I think, or this morning. When you're talking about in any culture, when you read, that's why we study these mythologies. When you read any story about any of the goddesses, any of them, there is never a moral assumption of wrongdoing tied to the energy when they kill. When they kill, it is not called murder. Murder is like the premeditated attack on the innocent. That's murder. When you kill someone who has not done you no wrong, who has not transgressed against you or anybody else, that's murder. When one, like the state is the only organization that can take human life and it be seen as just. It's not considered murder when the state put somebody in the electric chair or in the gas chamber, or even when a cop kills somebody on the street. It is never called murder when the state takes a life. They have constructed an institution where they hold a hegemony on both life and death, which was originally afforded only to the mother. The state now can execute, kill, or punish anyone, and it not be called or equated with murder, right? When you read about the goddesses and judgment, I just told you, in the story, in the beginning story, in the origin story of the Iyami's reign on earth, they didn't kill. They didn't have the power to kill. It was only when the promise, the contract, was broken between humanity and them, and humanity started slaughtering their babies, that they had to go to heaven. They had to go to the great creator God of the universe and say, look, this transgression is unforgivable, and we need the ability to punish. And Olodumare looked down on earth and saw what had happened and said, your request is just. Here is the power to punish. That's the great God in heaven, which according to Ifa tradition, most people who practice Ifa tradition see Olodumare as male, right? Some, very few, see Olodumare as androgynous, and some, even fewer, see Olodumare as female. Regardless, they didn't have the power to kill. They were gifted the power to punish wrongdoing. They don't kill arbitrarily, not the true mothers, not the true Iyami, right? They don't kill arbitrarily. They don't kill for sport. They are the punishing aspect that is responsible for the harmonizing of the scales of justice, just like Ma'at in Kemetic tradition, right? Just like Kali, who, what? Kali is not just like the primordial face of destruction. She is the great black beginning of all things. She is the one, in most traditions say, Kali gave birth to all that is, even the gods. Even the gods exist because of her. All of them. You feel me? So when she comes on the scene, slaying demons and drinking their blood, the Ajay Pupa, the red, right? She comes on the scene, slicing heads, drinking the blood, right? This is not seen as murder. This is seen as the execution of justice. That is the only way to what? Prevent the destruction of the earth. When Kali springs from the head of Durga, and if you're co-juxtapositioning these stories, Durga is the Ajay Funfun. She's the white witch. She's the loving mother. She's the protector. She's the beneficent. She's the nurturer. She's the giver. She's the carer. And when this demon comes on the scene and starts antagonizing her and aggressing her and challenging, she tries to put up a little fight, just like the Ajay Funfun. She's easy. She's easy going, right? But she'll put up a fight if she needs to. But she doesn't have the power to kill. She doesn't have the power to drink blood. She doesn't have the power to eat flesh, right? And so when the aggressions keep going and going, this story says that Kali as a part of her, but Kali as the punishing aspect of her, springs from Durga's head when the task is now something that Durga cannot manage. Now you got to call Ajay Pupa on the scene. And what does she do? She starts slicing heads and drinking the blood so that the blood doesn't reproduce the scourge. Every time the blood falls on the ground, another demon rises up. Every time the blood hits the ground, another demon rises up. And she was like, well, fuck that. I got to drink their blood. I got to slice their head and I got to drink their blood to make sure. Why does she come on the scene? Because the demon threatened to destroy the whole world. So is it murder when she's slicing heads, drinking the blood, and sticking their skulls on her waistband? Is it murder? No. It is the only way to ensure the continuation of humanity when she steps on the scene. It is the only way to continue to guarantee, to secure her creation, which is earth. That's the story, is when Kali comes on the scene, slaying, and in her bag, laughing maniacally, eyes big, tongue hanging out. This is the last straw. This is what it's going to take to save the world. This is the only thing that the enemy understands. This is the only thing they respond to. You feel me? And so, so this whole concept of like what's murder and what's not, and even in Ifa says that there are no hard no's or yeses. The Iwa Pele, living with good character, is what determines the quality of your act, of your action. You hear me? So if you kill a person for sport or for pleasure or for fun, you obviously are not guided by Iwa Pele. You don't have good character. This is murder, unquestionably, in Ifa. If somebody breaks into your home while you asleep and your kids asleep in another room and you and your wife in the bed, and they come in your house and threaten to kill everybody in the house, and you slay that bitch before he can do it, is this murder? We call it self-defense. But before there was even a concept of self-defense, it was loss of life. How do you weigh the loss of life that is just and unjust? You see what I'm saying? So hopefully that answered your question. All things are not black and white. And that's what I love about Ifa tradition. You know what I'm saying? There, you know, all the shit that happens in E5, there's so much patriarchal dogma like interwoven into it that wasn't its origin. So yeah, you know, yeah. So anyway, okay, that's all the questions. I'm caught up on that. So damn, just in answering the questions, we went through a whole nother hour. Hold on. So I guess what I will do is I will tell y'all, since it still is the eve of this new moon. So I'm on Pacific Standard Time. The peak of the new moon is 3:57 Pacific Standard Time. So I think on Eastern Standard Time, that is 6:57. But offerings and ceremony and ritual to the Iyami, like I said, is best done now. It's the witching hour between midnight and 3 a.m. And we are in ceremony. This, I promise, will do. This will suffice. This will suffice. But if you want to go out and make an offering or do a little ceremony, light a candle or say a prayer, then I'll talk to you about that. I think that's actually how I'm going to wrap up because I still have a lot to do and it's now becoming 1 o'clock my time. So the three main figureheads that are most often referred to when talking about the Iyami is Oshun, the goddess Oshun, Oya, and Yamaya. And briefly, very briefly, I'm going to talk to you about each of them. I talk about them a lot anyway. Whenever I'm talking about astrology, I talk about who they are astrologically, who they are as planets. Venus is Oshun. Yamaya is the moon. Oya is the planet Pluto. So you can even look at the characteristics of those heavenly bodies when thinking about the Orisha, Oya, Yamaya, and Oshun. Yamaya is seen as the mother of all Orisha and all life because she is a representation of the ocean. Well, why would that make sense? Because all life began in the ocean, a single cell organism. So she is considered the mother of all creation, but particularly the mother of all the Orisha. In Ifa tradition, there are 401 Orisha. She is the mother to them all, right? And she is represented in this new moon energy. The new moon in Cancer. Yamaya's the astrological sign of Yamaya is Cancer. Okay. What, boo? You trying to get back up here? Listen, don't be doing the most. Now you can sit up here if you're gonna be chill, but don't be doing the most. Be pouncing on my keyboard and none of that extra shit. Let's see. Okay. So when talking about what you can use right away, okay? So I'm not going to talk about the separate Orisha. I want to, but we're already at 3 hours and 30 minutes. I'm just going to talk to you about what you can do right away because it is still night on the eve of this new moon. And I want you to be able to do some things, okay? Now, the thing that I will mention is when we're thinking about the Orisha, when we're talking about the Iyami, and I'm always talking about where we are astrologically in this period in human history. This period in human history, we're still talking about cyclical relationships of the heavenly bodies as Orisha, as forces of nature, okay? In this period in human history, no matter what the daily movements of the planets are, this particular period that we're in and have been in for some time is governed by Oya. So at different periods astrologically, a different Orisha will govern. The period right now is being governed by Oya as Pluto and supported by Saturn or Capricorn as Shango. Okay? When I talk about, because right now they're saying, like Pluto, Pluto Aquarius, this relationship between Pluto and Aquarius, and then Pluto is going to transition back into Capricorn in September, and then for the final time after a few years of seesawing, on November 19th, which is what I've been talking to you. Ooh, give me that. You're gonna hurt yourself with that. Which is what I've been talking to y'all about some time. Once she makes this permanent transition, once Pluto makes this permanent transition in Aquarius on November 19th, that movement will last until the year 2044. Until the year 2044. So for 20 years. That relationship, Pluto in Aquarius, is Oya and Shango. So in this cycle that we are in, even as we talk about all the Age, Pluto is the governess. Oya is the governess of this period and will be for the next 20 years. So I'm saying that because even as I do offerings to the Iyami, I center those offerings on the energy of Oya. And so that's the frame of reference that I'm going to tell you in terms of if you want to do a ceremony, a ritual, or an offering to the Iyami. Okay. Yes, it's late, but you can still do it. You don't even have to do it. You can do it tomorrow night at midnight, between midnight and 3 a.m. If it's late for most of y'all because y'all on the other coast. Fine. You ain't missed nothing. The new moon is in the middle of the day, and you still have 24 to 48 hours of that new moon energy that you can do ritual in to tap into that energy. So tomorrow midnight, 1, 2, 3, whatever. Girl, you're doing the most. I'm gonna put you down. So anyway, yeah, you can keep it as simple or as complicated as you want, but I'm gonna just give you the goods. Okay. So Iyami offering or ceremony. Okay. So some of the things that are mandatory. The Iyami, the energy, and there's all kinds of stories about them. How, girl, stop. How they feast on entrails. You feel me? So every time I've done, and this is how I was taught. Now, the website say a few things different, but this is how I was taught. Entrails, especially like what I mean by entrails, I mean organs. They feast on organs. So I would always just go to a grocery store in the meat department, and they sell little tubs about that big and that big around of like either cow or chicken. I prefer chicken. Girl, go back to life. Go back to life. You're doing too much. I prefer chicken. But either one will do. Cow, you can buy chitlins. I usually buy like organ meats of the chicken in a little tub, livers, hearts, so on and so forth. And then I plate them up. Okay. The Iyami, that's important. No matter what the offering is, no matter what the petition is, that's always in the center. They like wines, depending upon the Orisha. I always center red wine in this period because, again, I center Oya in those ceremonies. But white wine for Yamaya, rosé for Oshun, right? So you can do all three. I've done that. Red wine, fine. And then the things that they like. Okay. So Yamaya and Oshun like melons. All three of them like sweets, cookies, candies, cupcakes, right? Oya, buy an eggplant. This is another thing that I don't waver about when making offerings to the Iyami. Buy an eggplant, cut it into 9 slices. That's her number. Cut it into 9 slices, plate it up. Plate it up, put your entrails in the center. You feel me? They like eggs. You can offer eggs, like raw eggs. Just plate them up. And you can put non-animate stuff. Like when you make the offering across the board, they say take bells. Like that's how you call the energy of the Age to the space, is to ding, 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 copper bells, brass bells, whatever. Ding, 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 ding. That's how you call them to the space. Always make the offering. I always make the offering at a tree. In Africa, it is the Iroko tree. right? We ain't got no Iroko trees in the United States of America. But if you look up the Iroko tree, it looks exactly the same as a banyan tree. There are banyan trees all over the place. You feel me? Like in Florida, there are a dime a dozen. They're so big you can literally sleep in them, right? The root, the trunk of them, you can sleep in them. They're so big. They're banyan trees, literally blocks from my house. So this is the closest that we'll find in the States to an Iroko tree is a banyan tree. But you want to go to any old looking tree, any old tree that's obviously old. This is where you're going to make your offering. Now, based on the website, it says you can make the offering at a crossroads. Who else takes offerings at the crossroads that I talked to y'all about today? Hecate, the triple goddess. See the overlap? Hecate, as the triple goddess, takes her offerings at the crossroads. I didn't know until today, or had never heard until today, that the Iyami, you can also make offerings to the Iyami at crossroads. Whatever your bag is, I make the offerings to a tree. Okay. And then there was another reference that said because the Iyami, especially Oshun, the Iyami as Oshun, governs like the dark aspects of the river along the riverbank, that you can also make offerings to the Iyami at riverbanks. Choose your pleasure. Those are the three places. But the tree is the most important as far as I'm concerned, right? So I talked to you also. Cigars, gin, those are big. Smoke, but likely like smoking the cigar, blowing the smoke off the cigar. You're sharing it with the mothers, blowing the smoke off the cigar onto the offering, taking gin and spraying it on the offering, right? When you offer wine, when you take a bottle of wine, I usually just take a whole bottle. If you take a bottle of wine, if you take a glass of wine, if you take a bottle of wine, open it. The whole purpose of an offering, just in case you don't know, the whole purpose of an offering is, again, to establish reciprocity. You're petitioning the Iyami for something. You're hoping that they give you something. You have to give something in return. That something is not just an idea. The way I was always taught is that when something else can consume your offering, that's where the ashe in the offering is. The ashe, the power in the offering, is that mother's creatures can consume the offering. Mother's creatures can, consume the offering, right? So you make these offerings and you hope that the creatures of the night will come and gobble up the offering so that your offering is empowered, it's emboldened, it's enriched. You feel me? So like, I no longer often, I will say often, use inanimate objects as offerings. Like a lot of people use coins like pennies and nickels and stuff like that. That's okay. But I really, really loved the idea. As a matter of fact, there was a Babalao who told me we complicate the offering process. It doesn't always have to be complicated. He said this is what he said. Ifa says that the most powerful Eba is the offering. The most powerful Eba is feeding one's mouth. Is feeding one's mouth. Girl, get down. Damn. Doing too much. Is feeding one's mouth. And so he told me in reference to what I was inquiring about, he was like, if you really want to be blessed, if you're going through some changes, if your energy is stuck, you can't see your way forward, throw a house party. Throw a little dinner party, invite 3 or 4 people over to the crib. Don't make them bring nothing. You cook everything. Don't buy out. Cook everything and welcome these people into your house and feed them. Is that Ifa says this is the greatest ritual you can do, is feeding one's mouth. Think about that with the energy of offerings. When you make an offering to a tree or to the crossroads, do the animals have access to it? Are you feeding their mouths? Have you offered candy, but all the candy is still in wrappers? No, don't do that. I see it, so don't do that. The energy of offering is about reciprocity. Open the candies so that those creatures of the mother can have access. Okay. All right. So I'm done on that. So that's why I don't place as much importance as I used to on like offering pennies and nickels and stuff like that. Like The energy is horribly imbalanced. We haven't offered anywhere near as much as we've received. So that's the process, is us trying to make these offerings to reestablish harmony, to please the mothers, to appease the mothers, to appeal to the mothers, right? All right, so that's one thing. Always take a candle to illuminate your offering. Okay, so if you're making an offering at a tree or outside, make sure it's like a 7-day candle, so you don't run the risk of burning the damn tree down. Even if it falls over, that fire, because of the nature of the 7-day candle, is not going to spill out and like burn anything down. Get a 7-day candle or something that is protected, so because you need to have a candle out there to illuminate the offering. Let's see. Candles that you can take to offer the Iyami are obvious: red, black, and white. You want to appease them all. You feel me? Because they all offer some blessing. They're not just the punishers. Like I said, they govern abundance, thriving, especially in business, right? Especially Oya. She is the owner of the marketplace. She loves to see women have businesses, entrepreneurs. She's the owner of the marketplace. You want to get rich, appeal and appease Oya, right? Yeah. That's the simple version. It's not complicated. Some entrails, an eggplant cut into 9 slices, fruits, sweets. You know what I'm saying? I usually go to the grocery store and get one of them little plastic boxes of already cut melons, mixed melons, cantaloupe, melons, some grapes, bananas, coconut. They love all that. They love all of that. We understand? If you're gonna offer a coconut, don't offer the coconut whole. Crack the coconut in half. You feel me? Like, cut the fruit. If you're gonna offer an apple, cut the fruit. Cut the fruit in half. You want the animals to get a hold of the offering. You know, the skins on apples don't disintegrate very rapidly. Cut the fruit if it has a tough skin on it. If it's a coconut, crack it open, right? This is where your blessing is coming from. Okay. So that's that. If you are indigenous, right, and you want to make offerings that are more in alignment with Western Hemispheric indigenous culture, then research what that is. Obviously, corn, tobacco are going to be huge parts of the offering. Huge. They're huge. You know, that's always how I have been trained by Native elders. Is those are 2 big components of offering ritual in traditional, in Native culture. But that could be any number of things depending upon which tribe you're, focusing through, whatever. Let's see. There was this is the last thing I'm gonna say, because it's 3:44, so I'm gonna take these last 15 minutes. And then, as a matter of fact, what I'm going to do, there are a couple of things I do want to read, okay, about the Iyami, about the individual Iyami, okay? Oshun in particular, because Oshun is a powerhouse, okay? Oshun is a powerhouse, and she has been greatly reduced in her significance in the practice of Ifa in the United States. I feel like we get so hyper focused on the sexual, like, beautiful aspect of Oshun that her whole total importance is wildly underestimated. And so I wanted to talk about her just a little bit, and then I'm going to open up, which I said I was going to do early, my bad. But I'm going to open up, I'm going to post a little thing in the link. So if you want to come on, ask a question, make a comment, share an observation, whatever, I'm going to open. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do that right now while I talk to you about Oshun. And then y'all can just go ahead and come in the room and it'll let me bring you in. Can you elaborate on? Not really, but I will. Like I said, I'll make it one of the topics that I discover, and I'll come prepared with the links of these studies that I saw about using traditional ceremony in the treatment of schizophrenia. I have this feeling that us Black women need to go to that wailing wall and wail for all the injustices. But in Israel, they only allow men to wail there that are Jewish. Not only that, when you talk about the black box, the black box, what is it called? The cabal in Mecca, and thousands and thousands and thousands of men are circling it counterclockwise. Only men can do that. Only men can do that, right? So I agree. I feel the same way. I'm like, because I don't want to go off on that, but we on the same page, Mother Phoenix Vision. We on the same page. I need a routine and a schedule of rituals and a monthly regimen. No, you don't. No, you don't. And we'll talk about that again, but I've mentioned that a lot this week. What you're talking about, conversations with AI, I need a routine and a schedule of rituals and a monthly regimen. No, you don't. 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 So even if it's just homework, go back over some of the lives that I've done over the last 2 weeks, because we talked, and even at the beginning of this live, I talked about our inability to see the sacred in the mundane, to see the sacred in the mundane, to see the sacred in the seemingly small, right? To see ritual magic in the weaving of one's hair. All I did was I told y'all it took me 9 days to tighten my hair. Feel me? That was a ritual. That was ceremony that happened over those 9 days, right? So no, you don't. We have to start reevaluating our whole assessment about how we see ceremony, how we see ritual, how we see the execution of spirituality. And if it's anything that begins to feel like work, that begins to feel like labor, that ain't it. That's not it. How to reestablish ecstasy in the practice of ritual magic. That's what the mother is requiring. Okay. So we can talk about that on another day, but I do want to, before it gets too late, give y'all a word about Oshun, because she is amazing. And then open it up for some questions. Black women need to collectively wail for all the hurt that we have went through. I did in rehab. Okay, that part, blah, 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 blah. So revenge is okay. Absolutely. Yes. Who is this Marcus Carter? I hope you ain't trying to start something. Hypothetically, my wife got hit by a dude. She had her homeboy shoot him. Hypothetically, that sounds like justice to me. Hypothetically. Now, I told y'all earlier today about a show that I just watched, a movie I just watched called Confessions. I do not remember what Netflix, I think. Confessions. When I tell you, I love seeing movies about divine justice. I do. I love it so much. It makes my heart happy. I literally feel boulders of anger lift off my spirit when I see movies about divine justice. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, revenge is okay. Yes. Let's see. If someone dies and they transition, where do we go? Well, it depends. I mean, spirituality is about your own what personally resonates with you. Now, according to Ifa and a lot of other traditions, most African traditions teach reincarnation, but they don't teach random reincarnation. Like in Hinduism, it's more like a random reincarnation. Your karma is about how you lived in this life, but you can come back as anything. You can come back as a cow. You can come back as a rat. Those are big ones. Cows and rats are very big and very sacred in Hindu tradition. And most people think their ancestors reincarnate in cows or rats. But you can come back as a tree. You can reincarnate in a myriad of ways in Hindu tradition. Most African traditions practice or believe in what we call familial reincarnation. We are reborn through our genetic material. We are reborn through our direct bloodline. Those who share our DNA, we are born through them. We are reborn. That's why you can have an ancestral shrine that's just your blood family. But if you have other people that you admire that are ancestors, Martin Luther King, Harriet Tubman, whatever, you have to have a separate ancestral altar to those who are not tied to your lineage, your bloodline. We believe in familial reincarnation. And why is that hard to believe? Right now in science, in Western science, medical Western science, genetic genetic science, so on and so forth. We talk about right now, like, what's the most recent information that came out that that right now their understanding of cellular memory and cellular DNA is that we have access in our bodies, we have access to at least 14 generations of cellular memory and information. 14 that's Western science saying that right now, that the way cellular DNA works, cellular memory works, and all of this stuff, we have untapped access to at least 14 generations of ancestral memory and information. That's just a Western scientific way of saying what African culture has always said. We are reborn in our genetic, we are reborn through our offspring. We are reborn, and that doesn't have to be direct offspring. Somebody asked me the other day, well, what if my auntie never had children? She still got other family members that she shares blood with. So she too can be reborn, even if she don't have direct offspring. So don't let nobody get y'all caught up on this shit. What legacy you gonna have if you don't have no kids? That ain't how that works. Your DNA, your blood, your auntie can be reborn in your child, in your son, you feel me, in your daughter, whatever. So it just depends on what you believe and what resonates with you. I say trust your flesh. That's what I'm always telling y'all. Trust your flesh. Your flesh will inform you if you listen close enough, if you feel close enough. Your flesh will inform you of what's familiar to you and resonates positively with you. Okay? We just had a full moon in Capricorn, father of the zodiac, and the new moon in Cancer, mother of the zodiac. Well, let me just tell you, Aaron Pfeiffer, I'm on a mission. I just went down a crack wormhole because we were talking about the sacred prostitutes, resurrecting sacred prostitution, and how the word hours, HOURS, is actually descends from the word that means sacred harlot, because the harlots, as women, as fates, govern time. And so I Googled one day, are there any stories of Capricorn? Because, we call Saturn father time, right? Saturn, father time. We always have these little horrible, stories about Capricorn and being so rigid and father time and right? And I Googled one day, are there any stories of Capricorn being female? Child, wormhole. Now y'all can dig up in that. Okay? Child, wormhole. Capricorn as female. Planet Saturn as female. Go to it. Get to it. Because it's one of the things I'm working on to do a live on amidst the myriad of them. But when you go into it with this idea of Capricorn being female, it changes the whole mythology. Okay? Okay. And why does she have to become male? Okay? Anyway. Marcus Carter, some family retaliation stuff. Is it okay to kill or get revenge if someone in your family is unalived? Devil's advocate. My mother was in a gang when she was younger. We from the hood, but she is a Christian. Now she feels so bad about her past. And this is the problem in the context of these males that are at war with each other. Okay. So Marcus Carter, and these hypotheticals that you got here, again, tap in. That's why these stories are important. These stories are important about the goddesses, about the Orisha, about deities, because they all emerge from cultural and political occurrences that were happening at that time. Culture emerges from real life experiences, observation of real life. So whatever resonates with you, for me, I talked to y'all about this a few days ago. You understand? I am not a pacifist. I do not adhere in any way, shape, or form to pacifism. I think it has been a weapon that has been used to bludgeon the victims of colonialism over the head with for a millennia. So I'm not a pacifist. I think it's the singularly most violent weapon that has been used against humans is pacifism. Okay. But on the other hand, is this all Ifa, or is this Cosmic Mother teaching who created Ifa? I don't know who you know what? There's a song that we sing in Ifa that basically translates to we are the children of Oduduwa. There's a song. Emi omo, let's see. Emi omo duduwa owalo. Emi omo duduwa owalo. Emi omo duduwa owalo. Emi omo duduwa owalo. Bimolo sile, bimolo soja, bimolo sile sha. Emi omo duduwa owalo. This song literally translates to we are the children of Oduduwa. There's this whole long story about the relationship between ancient Egypt and Yoruba land and Oduduwa and his relationship to the both. That's why you can see similarities in Kemetic practices and similarities in the practice of Ifa is because of their relationship to Oduduwa, who is supposed to be the founding father of Ifa culture. That's the extent that I know about that. And my teachings or this information is a collection of a culmination of a lot of ideas from different cultures that resonate with me and that I accept as my own independent personal truth. It resonates with me, I keep it. It doesn't resonate with me, I leave it where it is and move on to the next thing. This is what sovereignty looks like. For you, Marcus Carter, whom I don't know, I appreciate the questions, but you can see how the questions, some of the questions anyway, can be questions that I have to answer in analogy. Do you understand? Because y'all know I'm a political activist. You know what I'm saying? And I'm guided by that. So some shit I'm just not going to say. I do believe in vengeance. I do believe in revenge. I do believe in retribution. I do believe in redemption. You understand? But I can't answer some question where you say, so it's okay for me to kill somebody if they do my family member dirt. That's not no shit you're going to just have me say. I believe in revenge. I believe in vengeance. I believe in righteous rage. I believe in redemption. I believe in retribution. You can do with that what you will as a sovereign being. As a sovereign being, you can do what you want. You grown. You feel me? For me, I know what my tradition tells me. I know which I instantly resonated with. I know, hell, what my opposition teaches me. That as long as they govern, control, and power over people's lives, they can kill whoever they see fit. And in their minds, it's just. In their minds, it's righteous. We now have to execute the same kind of power. The power to determine what is just and unjust and then exercise sovereignty accordingly. Girl, if you do not move right now, because you're doing too much. You're doing too much. Sorry about that, y'all. She just doing the most. Anyway, so that's all I can say about that. You understand? What I can say, Marcus Carter, is that the other thing that I always take into account with these discussions is when you're talking about people, colonized people, people who have a colonial mentality. You say you grew up in the hood, people who have a colonial mentality, people whose lives have been from day one impacted negatively by colonialism, by white power, by systems of oppression and destruction. You execute a different type of discernment with them than you would like the state, than you would like the state. That's all I can say about that. You know what I'm saying? Your spirit is the one that you are the one that has to navigate through this world in a way that is guided by good character, by integrity, by Iwapwele. You understand? Move by Iwapwele. You have to do that. That's your relationship with Olodumare, with the great God in heaven. Am I moving in accordance with the will of the mother? With the will of the mother, am I moving in right way? Is this action I am considering the will of the mother, or is this my own ego gone astray? That's all I can do with that. Because sometimes, that's all I can do with that. Can we give Moonblood? Can we give Moonblood now? Moonblood, especially under a dark moon. Moon blood offering is phenomenal, especially under a dark moon. The dark moon, if we were moving cyclically, if we menstruated cyclically like we are supposed to, which is based on our proximity to the equator, women, if we were menstruating cyclically in proximity to our relationship to the equator, then we would always bleed at the new moon. But we're surrounded by artificial light at night. We have night lights in our bedroom. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we are living anti-cyclically. So we just bleed all over the place. We bleed here, we bleed there, whatever. But a new moon is a perfect time to do a blood offering, menstrual blood, moon blood offering, typically depending upon what is happening. So I have moon blood. I always make moon blood offerings. I'll make moon blood offerings frequently because I'm a woman of a certain age, and any day now, my cycle is going to stop. I'm almost 50 years old. And so I'm just counting down the days. Any day now, she's going to be like, okay, that's it. You done. You know what I'm saying? So I'm pretty methodical about collecting my moon blood. And then I make offerings pretty regularly, at least once a month, of my moon blood to a tree or to a body of water, depending upon what else is happening astrologically. On a Cancer new moon, that would be a perfect opportunity to make an offering to the ocean if you're near an ocean, and a body of water in general. If not, a tree. It's all good. You understand? So yes. This is amazing. I watched an interview with Mama Zogbe, and she said during an offering, you should have a glass of water, a glass of alcohol, specifically, she said gin, and a sweet drink. Yes, those are all good. Again, especially depending upon who you're doing the ritual to, who you're making the offering to, will determine, because some Orisha prefer rum. Some Orisha, like Eshu, prefers rum. Ogun prefers gin. You know what I'm saying? Oya prefers gin and red wine. So it just depends on what the focus of your offering is and what the intention of your offering is. What it is you're petitioning for will determine how you make your offering. Almost all the Orisha love cigars. Now, I have heard contradicting things about Oya. I have heard that she is opposed completely to smoking. I have heard, contrary to that she loves cigars. But the reason that she would be opposed to smoking, which I tend to resonate more with, is because she governs our breathing. She governs the human breath. Remember, I told you she rests in the space between each breath. She governs our breathing. Those of you who are tuning in from IG, we have 30 seconds before this live ends. So you can either tune in through YouTube, where I'm still live, Facebook, or Twitch. But in 17 seconds, Instagram is going to cut me off for those of you who are still watching. So you can tune in that way. I'm not going to restart the IG. Okay? Okay. So anyway, so I hope that answered the question, but I love Mama Zogbe. I've watched all her interviews. Yes. That's one of the ambitions, is to visit the shrine that they erected for her. They turned her home in Africa into a shrine. So that's one of the things I would love to do sooner than later. Besides the animal, it's basically covering all the grounds for what we're recommending to appease all three. Yes. Yes. And I will tell you this too. Even though I no longer identify as a devotee of Ifa, meaning I no longer have like a direct tie to an Ile. My godmother is still my godmother. She will always be my godmother, but I'm not committed to an Ile. I still practice. I still make offerings to the Orisha. I still work with the Orisha. But one of the things that's controversial in Ifa, in Orisha worship right now, is I made one of the decisions, because I was told from the beginning that I needed to be initiated, that I needed to receive Oya as an initiate. I'm still not opposed to that, But the difficulty has been that I am always a renegade. I've always been a renegade, and I've caught hell for it in the tradition. That one, I do not want a male priest. I do not want a male priest to do my initiation. I was certain of it from day one. I do not want a babalawo. I do not want a male priest to perform my initiation. I wanted my godmother to facilitate my initiation, but she is still a very hardcore traditionalist. And so the second thing is because for the last 8 years, I've not only been practicing Ifa, but I've also been doing a lot more intimate work with my indigenous lineage, my Western Hemispheric indigenous lineage, which is Choctaw. And that for that reason, because I heard it, it wasn't anything other than that I cannot remove my hair. And so I know several female priests who, for practical sakes, because they work in corporate jobs or whatever, paid a little more, but were able to get their initiation without the removal of their hair. They just had little patches of hair removed so that the ashe could be put into the head without the complete ritual removal of their hair. My godmother is not comfortable, and I didn't give her no smoke about it. I ain't pressing her. My godmother is not comfortable performing an Oya initiation, or any initiation for that matter, without the ritual removal of the hair. And so I had a Babalawo, Professor James Small. Most of you know him as just a historian, but he's a child of Oya. And, and he told me a lot that changed my perspective about how to approach this situation. That may be a story for another day. But it was potent enough, and it validated a lot that I was experiencing within myself, but could not raise in these circles of traditional practitioners of Ifa. So the other controversial thing, one, is the ritual removal of hair. Two is the fact that I do not want a male to perform my initiation. And three is the fact that I no longer, for my personal self, I no longer subscribe to ritual blood sacrifice, the sacrifice of animals for ceremony. I don't subscribe to that. I don't do that anymore. I don't use it. I don't seek it out. That is a much, much, much more controversial. It's a discussion that's heated and floating about the cabin in the practice of Ifa, not just here, all over. But for me, right now, I did it. You know what I'm saying? I've been to bull ceremonies where, we sacrificed a whole bull. But right now, where I'm at in my walk with spirit, I do not participate in enlist, if you will, the ritual sacrifice of animals to appease the Orisha. It's just my personal take. There's not anything I'm telling y'all to do. I am just telling y'all that's where I'm at right now. Okay. So every time I tell you about an offering to do, like, I don't participate in ritual animal sacrifice, but I will go to the grocery store and buy some entrails for the Iyami. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of taking a chicken and killing the chicken myself and pouring the blood over my pot or over my altar, I don't do that anymore. And that's the only thing that I will still do is offer the entrails to the mothers. Next to that, eggs is the bet, is it? You feel me? So that's my personal position. But thank you for the question. Oya and Shango. No, Oya is Pluto. Shango is Uranus. Shango is Uranus, the planet Uranus, the sign Aquarius, and Oya is the sign Scorpio and the planet Pluto. That's Oya. And she said to do it outside at a river. Yes. Let us go topless to the Twin Towers jail. Cooking for people is my Halloween ritual. Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, that's a great time too, child. That's like right up in Oya's time. Can I do wheat, chat? Who you doing wheat? Because there's several Orisha that love some weed. You feel me? A shoe, a leg bar love weed, baby. Now, leg bar get loose. A leg bar love weed. A leg bar will take lines of cocaine. Child, he is all about the excess. He is all about the excess, baby. Again, I have heard both things. I personally do not offer cigars to Oya, but Yemaya and Oshun definitely. I personally don't offer Oya cigars just because she is the governess of the breath. But you can always substitute weed for cigarettes. You feel me? Yes, absolutely. Yes, weed. Let's see. We got some more. The supremacy of the small. Cool. Scene taking heads makes me reflect on Kristen, the character on Evil, where she kills that man who threatens her family. I held no remorse for the psychopath. That was justice. Maybe that was like you know what? Listen, that's when that scene is when me and Kristen became homies. Me and Kristen became homies because of that scene. Like in my mind, even as crazy as she is, she could do no wrong from that moment on. That was the most gangster shit I've seen on television. That scene, like, yes. Not only that. Oh, you probably ain't got there yet. I ain't gonna give nothing away. You gotta wait because there's something that happens after that. You feel me? But yes, that scene. Even I ain't gonna give nothing away because I don't know how far you into the show. But child, from that moment on, Kristen becomes a whole different human. A whole different human. That girl is a boss. You feel me? She crazy, but she a boss. See the supremacy of the small. Capricorn is a feminine sign. Most people don't know that. Yup. But there's a reason that they changed the energy from because Capricorn isn't just feminine energy. The energy of Capricorn is the crone, is the wisest of the witches. It's the crone. And so why did they change that image from the mother crone to, quote, father time? There's a reason behind that. So y'all are shedding like crazy all of a sudden. Let's see. I'm direct as hell. Don't sugarcoat shit. My cousin was murdered by her boyfriend. My cousin was murdered by a stranger. Carjacking. Something else that's been happening a lot. I've been watching a lot of TikTok videos that I like. I like these TikTok videos that talk about like the most famous one. One of these days I'm gonna just get her on a shirt. The story of the woman, what's her name? Julia Tofana, who was the creator of Aqua Tofana in the 16th century. And they say that in her 30-year career as a master herbalist, she was she was responsible, at least as far as they know, for the death of over 1,000 men, where women would come to petition her in abusive relationships where they had no recourse. Divorce was unheard of in Italy in the 16th century, and men were abusive as the day is long. And she would give them a little makeup container called Aqua Tofana that just looked like a little perfume. And they would put a couple of drops over a period of time in their husband's food, and it looked like he died of natural causes. You feel me? And they say that over her 30 years as an ally to women, that some accounts credit her with the just punishment of upwards of 1,000 men. Is this murder? Just saying. You feel me? But there's a lot based on that Aqua Tofana, which has been big over the last couple of years. There's a lot of other stories coming up. There's a lot of other little nuances coming up on TikTok that I'm like, y'all motherfuckers better be taking notes. This shit is not for information consumption. Y'all better be taking notes. Really, man? Anyway. Every time I watch anything about witches, about vampires, anything about that, any kind of witchy, vampire-y type of shit, I'm taking notes. What did I say? I'm taking notes of the mundane, of the details that get lost, of the seemingly small. Them are the notes I'm taking. I'll just leave that there. Miscellaneous AB. I remember Professor Smalls as being Omo Oya. Yeah, he's Babalawo, but he was first crowned Oya. He's a child of Oya. And so I have spent many, many hours with Professor Smalls. He is a mentor of mine. He done put me on game. I'm gonna just say that. Especially where my hesitations and my unanswered questions about Ifa were concerned, it was Professor Smalls that put me on game. He cleared so much up for me. Yo, and even when I told him, he didn't take an attitude. Even when I told him I don't want a man to do my initiation, he was like, reach out to this sister in Las Vegas. She can do it for you. You feel me? I've only talked to her once, but there was some, it wasn't even an issue as much as it was something that just didn't hit right in that area. But I'm gonna revisit it. He's like, I trust her. You can trust her. She can do it if that's what you want to do. You feel me? But I'll tell you what he told me specifically. When I told him I was under a lot of pressure to receive Oya, to go through this initiation. Plus, it's one of the more expensive initiations to go into Egbe or Egun or Oya. It's expensive and it's long. Feel me? And it's the longest initiation, 9 days in ceremony. And it's expensive. You feel me? And I was stressing. This is before I came to California. I organized an event. The last event I did in Florida was called the African Sovereignty Summit, and I had him on the panel, and brother Raheem Shabazz, who did the documentary Elementary Genocide, and I picked them up from the airport, and I'm telling them, I'm like, yo, Professor Smile, like, this shit is stressing me. People on me hard about not wasting any time to get this initiation, whatever. And he told me, he was like, when she wants you to be initiated, it will be seamless. It will be effortless. He said, in the pre-colonial practice of Ifa, the priesthood, he said, I hate even calling it that. He said, but the priesthood was about your specialties, the areas within the community that you had mastered. He said, so if that's the case, I was Iyapo at the time. He's like, if that's the case, Iyapo, you would already be a priest 3 times over. You would, in your areas of expertise, you would already be a priest 3 times over. So get that shit out your head that in order to do what you need to do, you have to be initiated. He said, when Oya is ready for you to be crowned, she will make it effortless. She will make it seamless. It will happen. He said, in the meantime, do what you do. Do what you do. And I stopped stressing about it after that. I stopped because she ain't no less. She still communicates. She's still all over me. She's still up in my life. All of them, as a matter of fact. You feel me? So anyway, that was my experience with Professor Small. Like, I talk to him pretty often. That's like, we close. As close as a mentor and a mentee can be. We close. I'm a bit delayed. I will be looking that up. That bit about Capricorn being female. Yep. I've done that for all the planets. So are there any stories about blah, 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 blah being female? I've done that for all the planets. Anyway, okay. So did I put that link in there? I bet I didn't. Got to run in my mouth answering y'all questions and didn't even attach the link. What? Let's see. Control paste. So we up in here. So if anybody, please don't hold me up in here long. Don't hold me hostage because y'all know I will talk. As long as y'all talking, I'm going to talk. I've just put the link in the comment section. If you want to bring yourself on the call to chop it up a little bit, ask a question, make a comment, offer a contribution or an observation, cool. And then we're going to wrap this up. I still got stuff to do. Yeah, I told y'all I'm going to be up all night. Hey, babies. Hey. Anybody? Any takers? Because if there ain't no takers, if don't nobody want I just put the link in the comment section. Briefly, if you want to make a comment, ask a question, make a contribution, an observation, click on the link and it'll show you how to come into the call and I'll bring you onto the call. What's up, Lou? Okay. Because that's all I got for y'all tonight. Oh, wait, no, it ain't. I wanted to talk to y'all about Oshun. That's how I got off on that. Okay. Characteristics of Oshun. When I was considering to be initiated into voodoo, the priest told me I had to get 2 hens and release them in the woods, just now making the connection to the 2. Girl, why are you going to see it right on what I'm about to read? Hmm? Hmm? What? Girl, you doing the most. Here, sit right there, because you're doing too much. Little extra self. Sit right there. Okay. So Oshun, some things we need to know about Oshun. She is the sorcerer. These are just bullet points. She is the sorceress who works with the occult. Whenever you think about the occult, whenever you think about the dark arts, it's actually Oshun. She'd one. Now, when you think about mediumship, like people who are mediums, that's Oya. But the occult shit, the mysterious shit, the dark shit, that's Oshun's domain. That's what I was talking about, like how people like really minimize the significance and the different characteristics of Oshun to fit a patriarchal narrative. Oshun is a gangster, just so y'all know. Okay, she is also an expert in love spells. She is the owner of the drums and communicates through sound. She is known to be invincible in battle. She is the master of the snake. It says that she is actually able to control and tame snakes. Okay, this is Oshun. She is the reclusive weaver of destiny, the fates. The reclusive weaver of destiny. As the wife, because she's been married to several Orisha in her Patakis, but as the wife of Oshosi, she, the celestial archer, she was also a wife to Oshosi, who is a master herbalist, right? She is the keeper of the keys. The keeper of the keys. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Who else has that characteristic? The keeper of the keys. Hecate or Hecate. Hecate, the triple goddess, is the keeper of the keys. That's one of her primary attributes, is the keeper of the keys. She she is the leader of the night. She is the bearer of mirrors and fans. She is the bearer of mirrors and fans. Her birds, depending upon her different patakis, is peacock, ostrich, and quail. The peacock, the ostrich, and the quail. As a matter of fact, when a woman becomes a petebi or Ianifa, that's the mysterious feather, is the quail feather. I think it's a quail feather. She is defiant of all norms. She is defiant of all norms. She is the teacher of the divine secrets. She is the conductor of occult rituals. She is the bearer of ancestral wisdom. She is the lover of sand and sun. She is always on guard with a sword. She is also known as the divine farmer, the watcher of hidden secrets, the emissary of aromas and breaths. She has a penchant for the dark arts. Let's see. Now there's one apoteke of hers where this is one of her younger personifications. She is deaf in this personification. And the only way to communicate to her is through the drum and bells. The drum and the ringing of 5 bells. That's how you call her attention, because she's deaf in this pataki. But I wrote a side note because when I first started like making my transition into Ifa, there was this taboo about women playing drums in Ifa. hardcore in Cuba. And then my friend he's Cuban and he's a drummer. He leads a band, and he was saying how like the most sacred drum in Cuba is the bata, and how women were strictly forbidden from learning and playing bata. And he said all of a sudden, like within the last 20 years, all these, African descended Black women are learning bata. And I was like, is this the reason that what used to be the domain, because it says that Oshun is the owner of the drum, right? Is this why it became taboo for women to play the drum? Because I remember the first bimbes and like, African dance festivals and all of that stuff, like women were strictly forbidden. Now you see it more and more where women, even in African dance, will be playing the drums, whole troops of women. But when I first came into the tradition, it was taboo for women to play the drums. Very taboo. Let's see. She, like Oya, dresses like men to go into battle. Let's see. She is the master of alchemy and transformation. It is said of her, listen, after all these weeks of me talking about the supremacy of the small and seeing the sacred in the mundane, baby, how I read tonight that one of her patakees says, she who turns the mundane into music and magic. She who turns the mundane into music and magic. I was like, ow! Okay. She is the guardian of ancient secrets and deep wisdom. She is also known as the divine housekeeper, the divine braider. A taboo is for Oshun people in particular is you can't own dogs. Let's see. She welcomes vanity and self-knowledge. She is the bearer of both those solar and lunar symbols. Let's see. Her two favorite stones are red coral and amber. She is the representation of courage and feminine power without limits. She is the governess of the double-edged axe, like Mary Daly is always talking about the labor, the two-sided axe. That's Oya's thing, right? She's the governess of the double-edged axe and the keeper of the mysteries and dark secrets. I just wanted to share that with y'all. And one more thing here, boo, you're gonna have to get in for a minute. Shit, all of a sudden like crazy thing. Let's see. One more thing about Oshun. I wanted to read something that says about her as the divine hair braider. Let's see. Oh, let me read you a few notes from Oshun Across the Waters. Oshun means source. The word Oshun means source. In Ifa tradition, they say that she is the law of attraction. Whenever you're talking about the law of attraction, Oshun is the law of attraction. The multi-dimensionality of Oshun's power: politics, economics, divinatory, maternal, natural, and therapeutic. Oshun transforms through the simplest substances, herbs, water, and by the mystery of birth. She heals by water. Oshun controls the outer and inner head, destiny. She is the 17th Orisha to come from heaven to earth, and without her, the other Orisha are powerless and human life is impossible. Okay? Oshun is the 17th Odu. She is indispensable to the process of divination. Oshun is the owner of the 16 cowries, a form of divination distinct from Orunmula's Ifa and widely predicated by women by women as well as men. Babalawo cannot divine without Oshun because her Irene Delogun are the source of their Ifa. It's the shells that they divine with. Diviners cannot divine without Oshun. Sovereigns cannot rule without Oshun. The Orisha cannot build the world without Oshun's arts. Oshun is God, the author of destiny and divinity's source. As the divine hair braider, this is Oshun as the divine hair braider. Chemicals and fake hair's effects on Ori, hence, have an effect on one's destiny. One's head is the visible representation of one's destiny. One's head is the physical representation of one's destiny, the essence of one's personality, your head. Okay? How do you collect moon blood effectively and easily? Obviously, the easiest way is to buy a Diva cup. It's the little cup. They're kind of expensive, anywhere from $25 to $45. But you buy a little Diva cup and you fold it in half and you insert it, and that captures your moon blood. It's used as an alternative to using like maxi pads and tampons. You capture the moon blood. Typically, what they tell you to do is just dump it in the sink or dump it in the commode. What I do is put in a Diva cup, at least for the first 3 days, capture my moon blood, save what I'm going to save, and then I wear a friend of mine from Atlanta was making homemade 100% cotton maxi pads, like she was sewing them so that you can use those reusable cotton maxi pads. And so I will put that in for the rest of my cycle, and then I will, just rinse the blood out of it and capture it and put it in a jug. So that's the blood that's diluted. When I use the cotton pad, I'll just put it in a pot of water and squeeze all the blood out. And that water, diluted blood, I put in a separate jug from the undiluted blood that I capture. That's it. That's the easiest way. Black Witch Yaya does a good breakdown on witch stories from an EFOP perspective. Oh, I'll have to check that out. Smalls is a real enlightened being. Yes, Professor Small is awesome. Yeah. And funny. Incredibly, incredibly, incredibly funny. Forever cracking jokes. Forever cracking jokes. I mean, y'all mostly only see the serious part of him, but he forever cracking jokes. Let's see. Ow, child. Oshun, let's see. Oshun has the power to influence the destinies of men, women, and all the Orisha. Oshun has the power to influence the destinies of men, women, and all the other Orisha. Okay? Ashe, which is the life force, the authority, voiced power to make something happen. Let's see. Ajay, all women are Ajay, witches with bird power. Eshu is the male child of Oshun, according to the Odu Ose Torah. And let's see. Okay, y'all both. Why y'all want to be on the thing that I'm reading currently? Both y'all, move your little butts. Boy, move. You so extra. Move. Move. Ooh. Okay, Oshun is the vital source. Without Oshun's sanction, no healing can take place. No rain can fall, no plants can bear fruit, and no children can come into the world. The water is the secret, right? It is her Oriki, one of her Oriki. She is the wisdom of the forest. She is the wisdom of the river. Where the doctor fails, she cures with fresh water. Where medicine is impotent, she cures with cool water. And then they talk, and then the paths of Oshun. There are 5 paths of Oshun, which are the Patakis. And this is just talking about her different personifications. So one is related to the partridge. One is as Orunmila's wife. In this manifestation, she is quite serious and a good diviner. Under this visage, Oshun rules over waterfalls and is the conscientious homemaker who enjoys sewing and embroidery. In one Apataki, she's affiliated with the buzzard. This Apotiki, she is a powerful sorcerer who relies on the buzzard to bring her carrion to eat. Oshun Yumu is an old woman who lives in the depths of the river, and she is the richest of all the Oshun Apotikis, and she's also deaf, that the faithful must ring a large bell to make themselves heard. As Oshun Ibu Doko, she is the wife of Orisha Oko and the patroness of all sexual acts. She is the queen of the drums. She is the most courteous, alluring, and gorgeous and joyful. Watch, girl. Watch out, baby. Oshun Apatikis consistently portray her as a wanderer. In order for her to perform her works, she must displace herself. She has to follow a road like a river. She is continuously moving, eternally pursuing a path. Oshun is the one who controls the circulation of the blood in the human body. Oshun, together with Yemaya, is the symbolic mother of that which exists and of all that is possible. She, since the water symbolizes the entire universe of the virtue, the reservoirs of all the potentialities of human existence. So this is about the personification of Oshun that rests at that space, like tributaries, where the river meets the sea, where the river meets the ocean. Those tributaries that exist between those, that is this personification of Oya, where she enters into this relationship with Yemaya. Okay. Let's see. The faithful behold Oshun as generous to a fault, and yet she is also considered quick to take offense, capricious, and demanding. Oshun is very kind, very generous, but can become very vindictive and rancorous when she encountered, girl, move now, you're doing the most. When she, when she encounters opposition. It is precisely because of this irrational and stubborn character that Oshun is considered the most fragile and feared Orisha in Afro-Cuban lore. When she cries, she does so out of joy. When she cries out of, oh my, Tempest, stop. When she cries, it says she cries out of joy. When she laughs, she does so out of anger. When offended, she will ignore the offender, acting as if nothing has occurred. At some future date, when her offender has probably forgotten the occurrence, she remembers an old debt and claims immediate payment. The lady wants it and she wants it now. But I've also heard people say that when she laughs, be afraid. When she laughs, be afraid. Okay, so nobody wanted to come on and talk to me. Okay. Well, that's what I got for y'all. Y'all got enough to do some ceremony. You feel me? Y'all got an ear full of information. You feel me? So now I got to switch gears and get into the production of jewelry that I must fill by tomorrow. And that's all I got for y'all. Thank you for sticking it out. Thank you for tuning in. Those of you who made donations through Super Chat or Super Thanks or all of those methods, thank you so much. While we're in this new moon energy over the next 48 hours, if you would like to get a reading, you can email me at releaseheartcenter releaseheartcenter@gmail.com. Release, I'm going to type it in the comment section too. releaseheartcenter@gmail.com. It's also screening. It's also, it is also, oh shoot, where my banner went? Damn, all the time I thought I had my banner on. So there it is, scrolling across the bottom, releaseheartcenter@gmail.com, my Cashapp, my Zelle, my PayPal. You can make contributions to the information screening across the bottom, Venmo, PayPal, Cashapp, Zelle. You can reach out to me if you want to do a consultation, a wellness consultation, or a reading. The readings have been off the chain the last 2 weeks, I'll be honest. If you have any questions, any comments, oh, great. Where do you find my jewelry? Thanks for asking, Miscellaneous AB. So my website for my jewelry is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. So I'm typing that in the comment section too. DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. If you want something, and because there's a lot of stuff that I do that I don't have on my Etsy store, always send me like an email through the app, through Etsy, because you can commission a piece. There ain't too much I can't make. So if you can dream it up, I can make it. So whether it's, I showed y'all earlier, this is the first wrapped piece I ever did. This is a piece of crystal quartz that I mined out of a mine in Arkansas myself. And this was the first time I'd ever done a wrap. It's like a basket weave wrap around my crystal quartz. I'm gonna take it off so I can show it to you closer. But I do wraps. I am getting more. I'm doing more. So this is the first wrap piece I ever did. I did this like 6 years ago, but you see it still held out good. So this is the first wrap piece I ever did. So you can petition me for a piece or commission a piece for me. If you don't see it, but you have an idea for a piece, let's talk about it. You can reach out to me that way. But yeah, I'm working a lot more now. Like I do a lot of, like, this is my standard stuff. So like, this is my ancestor, black female, my black revolutionary ancestors, you see? So this piece I've had a long time. I don't know, 8 years, right? But these are like black revolutionary, beautiful Asante there. This is, that is Winnie Mandela, that beautiful picture when she was young. That's my homie right there, Justina Michelle, right? So that's my ancestor piece. So this is kind of like the standard stuff I do, theme stuff like goddess bracelets like this and Black Power bracelets like this. And I also have done like revolutionary book covers like this, stuff like that. But I'm getting more into like what I call earthware. I'm doing a lot of like feathers and sticks and like actual rocks, not just crystal stones, but like rocks. So yeah, there ain't too much I can't do. So let's talk about it. That's www. Any Black Goddess books recommendation. So one that we refer to a lot on here is the African Goddess Initiation book by Abiola R. Abrams. Yeah, Abiola Abrams. This was her first book. I just saw an interview with her a few days ago. She actually just released another book. I don't have it yet. But African Goddess Initiation. This is a good book. Another one is Iyanifa, the Woman of Wisdom. Iyanifa, the Woman of Wisdom. This is by this says insights from the priestesses of the Ifa Orisha tradition from their personal journeys and the plight for the divine feminine. It doesn't even say who the author is on the front anyway. Ayele Kumari, PhD. Yeah. Anyway, this is Iyanifa. Let's see. I just got a host of books. When I say a host of books, I don't know, like, y'all, listen, some of y'all have alcohol issues. Some of y'all have weed issues. My serious fucking affliction at this point is books. I'm not joking. I just got about 30 books a couple of weeks ago. Listen, the book thing is a problem. It's a problem. It's a problem. Currently working through the civils. That one is powerful. Yes. Speaking of which, I haven't started yet, but there's another one that Mama Zogbe wrote called Mami Wata. It's thick like a Bible, so I haven't even gotten into it yet. But that's good enough to start. There is those two books if you're looking for just Black books in that realm. But I have all kinds of books. I have these 30 books that I bought the other day, child. These books and they were donation only. I made a good sized donation because these books are all they're all old, like 1940s, 1950s underground practice of witchcraft. I was like, I want all the books. I didn't get all the books, but I wanted all the books because they were donation only. They weren't asking for money. They were saying, make a donation, whatever you make is fine. So I tried to be, generous, but I got like 30 books and it's dope. They're dope. They are all old, like practice of old witchcraft before Wicca was even developed, like that, like old underground 30 different books. So I got to get into that because these books is jamming, right? Let's see. I think that was it. So releaseheartcenter@gmail.com to inquire about readings or consultations or anything else. Then DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com to purchase your jewelry. And that's all I got for you. Now I got to switch gears and fill these jewelry orders tonight. Ow, girl, stop. All right. I thank y'all so much. This was fun. This was needed. All these fireworks all night. We moved right through it. This was great. So I appreciate y'all. And tomorrow is Friday. Today is Friday. And so I'm still planning on doing a temple service on Saturday morning. So I will go ahead and do the post for that tomorrow so y'all can get the notifications in time to tune in on Saturday. All right, y'all. Y'all have a great evening. Y'all are real riders. Y'all gangsters out here. Y'all gangsters. See y'all later. Good night.